Hello! Our night is going fair so far. How about you there, Envious? Good. Glad to hear your night is going well. Uh, Doing a lot of the face. Doing a posture check. Thank you guys. Thank you. And a wiggle. We're starting everything out. Hey, Ads, how you doing tonight? Thank you for the wiggle, Fate. The plan for streaming is until about 10 o'clock, so about 4 hours. I'm doing fair. A little tired tonight, but doing fair. We have a small echo. Okay. Yes, the plush's name is May. And I'm looking to see what could be causing the echo. You just give me a sec, guys. Yeah, I just did their stacks. That was my first thought too. Browser tabs. And how are you tonight, Stacks? Kind of alive. Yeah, I feel that. So hello, hello, hello. How is everybody? Glad you're all coming and visiting me tonight. The echo is gone. All right, fabulous. Glad to hear that Miss Raj has figured out the problem. Woohoo! All right, so we'll tell you about a couple things. First is that I believe that we have all the art up that we were looking to get done. So you'll see that we've got the emotes in, and we have the art for the rewards in. Sarah Sulk has worked very hard, and we've got all of that uploaded, so you can see all kinds of cool art that she has created for us. That's uploaded and ready for your ogling. We have our new donation site set up, and that is over at the Buy Me a Coffee. And you can find the link down underneath in the About page of the Twitch. If you go over there, you can look and see that there are tier rewards. I got an octopus. Yeah, ads always suck. They're one of those things that's kind of a necessary evil, though. Oh. I'm getting distracted. Did anybody surprised? Bottom of the face hole. Thank you, Chano Craft. Bad day for your name. No, we still like you, ads. So yeah, go over and check out the coffee shop. The link for our new donation site is down in the About page. You're going to see that there are tiers for different rewards. We're going to be having all kinds of different cool fun stuff for you. We're building a server for Minecraft where you're going to be able to play on the same game as us. We're going to have a support group that we're going to do once a month, that if you are in the one of the coffee tiers, you can join us for that. And I'm going to be doing it so that if you're in one of the coffee tiers, you will be able to play games with me on stream. So, woohoo! And yeah, we've got 1 week left for bedside nursing. So 3 more shifts. It's been kind of crazy. So yeah, getting ready to make the big transition. Kind of wild. Yeah, I just finished working 3 shifts, so I'm really tired. It was a pretty exhausting run, but yeah. Whew. Yeah, I'm definitely not counting down or anything. You're from TikTok, Joe? Yeah, I definitely have heard that a bunch of times now, but that's okay. You're getting zebra cakes, CJ, just from hanging out with us. That's what our channel points are. Well, thank you, Nama, for coming and joining us. We should all join in for the countdown. I mean, definitely this change comes with a lot of mixed feelings, but the overwhelming feeling is excitement. I feel like I'm going to be going on an adventure. I feel like it's going to be a good change. A change that, for better or worse, I've needed for a while. And hi, Stuart! Welcome to the Dazzle! German Weasel, you're doing homework? Yeah, definitely boring, but, well, you don't have to do it, only if you want to pass, right? You watch your streams all the time. Can I say your name? I don't know. Phoenix Draft. I think I got it right. My smile is beautiful. Aw, thank you, Noodles. That's very nice. Appreciate it. And we got pineapple pizza. What kind of atrocity is that, Pius? Pineapple belongs in the bin, not on pizza. Bleh. Sloths are epic. They're nice and chill. And they're so adorable. And it's Tobias. How's life going for me? Right now, things are kind of like tumultuous, I think is the word I will use. Pineapple on pizza. Yeah, it's definitely not my thing. German Weasel, you can have all the pineapple. I am definitely not a pineapple person. And we're doing a posture check. Thank you, Chip Loaded. Everybody, let's speak it to our backs while we're sitting here and chatting. And thank you, Frost, for coming and hanging out with us. First time chat. I think that I'm supposed to say you as Frost. I don't know with the 5 in there. You have to go back to school tomorrow? Vacation's over? I'm sorry, Lily. That's sadness. Only bad thing that Canadians have done is put pineapple on pizza. You know, I think that pineapple is one of those things that has, like, a strong divide. You're either all like, yes, pineapple, or you're like, no. And we'll get a couple on Team Pineapple, but that's all right. You guys can have my pineapple quota. All right, Frost it is. With the stealthy R. What's 9 plus 10? Well, I don't know. Maybe it's 22. You know, with that new math and stuff. You love pineapple as it is, but not on pizza. I just find it weird to have sweet and salty. I just don't like pineapple. I don't like pineapple in any format. Nope. 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 Probably gonna go back to school tomorrow after being sick at home for a week. Oh, Tobias, that's awful. I'm so sorry. Sorry, that's awful. Being sick sucks. You have never tried pineapple on pizza? Let alone alone for a week. I'm sorry. That does sound like it would suck. Take a drink. I hadn't even thought about the alone part. Super good point, Mr. Arch. Hi, Steak. Thank you, Nama. We appreciate the support. My weekend, Violet, was emotionally draining. We'll go with that. I just worked 3 shifts, so, whew. Isis? Hi, Isis. Have I thought about how technically the brain named itself? Oh, yes. The brain is, like, super fun, especially when you stop and think about how we're just, like, this weird lump of tissue in, like, I don't know, a meat boat. We just sort of ride around in this, like, meat suit. It's just kind of crazy. You technically slept last night. I usually never sleep. Well, I'm glad you guys sleep, Lily. That's great. That is true. The brain will do anything to save itself. All kinds of weird stuff. How come every sea in Pacific Ocean is pronounced differently? Because the English language is broken. Oh, you got Pickle with you? Well, I'm glad Pickle is hanging out with you. Let's put this to bed. Pineapple on pizza or no? Guys, that's definitely a no. We've got some people who are broken in chat. They're voting yes. We have the most counterintuitive survival instincts. Yeah, I agree. There are definitely some things that we do to keep ourselves physically and emotionally well that on the surface make absolutely no sense. Will you have a good night, Frost? Thanks for coming and hanging out with us. I hope that you have a good night. Hi, Pink. What do I think about the Kanye situation? I guess I don't know about that situation. Everything but pineapple. Yeah, Stacks. Everything but pineapple. Pineapple makes you feel healthy? I don't know how. You know what? Pickle pizza sounds a lot better than pineapple pizza. I've never tried pickle pizza, but I would definitely go for it. Because pickles are amazing. Am I a nurse? Yes. Strawberry on pizza? I've never had it. And Kanye? Is that how I'm supposed to say that? Kanye? I have no idea. Stacks, I don't know this shit. Don't be laughing at me. You know that he is though, even though I tell him not to. You know he is over there at his house laughing at me and talking funny. Have I had pickles on cheeseburger? Maybe I have. I don't remember this, but it's fine. First to the artist, currently used to be a famous rap artist, now associated with Nazis after meeting with... Okay. I mean, I guess I know about all of that. What do I think about it? Yeah, I know you are, Stacks. You don't have to tell me. I know you are. You're over there just laughing at me. Yeah, I don't pay attention a whole lot to that. I mean, the whole social media shit, like, and, like, famous people in general, I don't know. There's not a lot of value in it. They're just, like, so vacuous. It doesn't have a lot of value. And do people actually put anchovies on pizza? Yes. Anchovies on pizza is fucking amazing. If you've never tried it, you should. It is like, so tasty. What, Lily? No, anchovies absolutely belong on pizza. It's so good. You have a good night, Pius. Master Arch, that's not nice. Guys. I can see it now. They're just gonna have their own, like, little chat. Giving me grief. Sideline grief. Like, that's alright. They do it in real life all the time, so it's fine. It's totally fine. Tobias wants the husky hat. Husky with hat sounds funny. Well, I would say just pick one of the two, since he didn't say which one. It just says, husky with hat sounds funny. So I'm assuming he wants one of the husky hats. Alright, a second. Whoop. Donning the hat. Anchovy soup? Oh, I would try anchovy soup. I've never heard of such thing, but I would definitely give it a go. Oh, thank you, Tobias. I'm glad you like it. I've never tried the anchovies not baked on the pizza, but I would definitely give it a try. Oh, you like the hat ads? Thank you, thank you. And yes, this is true, Mr. Raj. He's telling on me. Yes, this is one that I made myself. You can see his little face. But, oh, I just spoke to his eyeballs. That was rude. I'm sure that, like, the little husky hat totally appreciated me poking his eyeballs. It's fine. Make sure he's awake. Santa approves of the husky hat. The new dog whiff hat gang? What? Well, it sounds like in general the chat is approving of our hat. Alright. Not all of my hats are big enough to go over my headphones, so I'll have to, like, do a little, like, headphone shuffle when I switch hats, but I figured that was acceptable. You don't think that pineapple belongs on pizza? Well, welcome to the Dazzle and put in your vote. Sway it to the reasonable side. It looks like we still have a while on the vote. I don't know. Oh, what? We're swaying to yes? What? No. And there's even a few people who's like, who cares as long as it's pizza? Water the vessel. Thanks, Pink. All right, everybody, make sure that you're drinking. Who's voting yes? I agree. Who's voting yes? Weirdest pizza I've seen was in an all pizza restaurant, and for dessert they had a pizza with Nutella as sauce, cheese, and marshmallow. I suppose it must have tasted as a s'more, but still calling it pizza there. I don't know, man. That sounds kind of gross. So, like, plain pizza would be like cheese pizza? I can definitely dig cheese pizza. Whoever clicked no gets banned. Sorry, Violet, but no is the right answer. Because pineapple is just gross. It really belongs in the bin, guys. I think I'm getting outvoted, though. Oh no, I think we're kind of divided right down the middle. How crazy is that? This is the decisive issue of the day. Too bad it's a wolf, or is it a zebra with pointy ears and very blue eyes? Well, not a snowman. I guess it could be a wolf. I've always thought of it as a husky hat, but I guess it could be a wolf. Life hack for pizza lovers. If the place sells anything with a vodka sauce, ask for vodka sauce as the base instead of pizza. I don't even know what vodka sauce is. What is my favorite Netflix show? I don't know. I don't know that I have a favorite Netflix show, but I did recently watch The Sandman, and that was super good. I honestly don't watch a lot of shows because I don't have a lot of time to spend on shows. Yeah. Oh no, it was not put to bed. The poll ended up with an even divide. Hi, Ellie. How are you tonight? What is my favorite pizza topping? Hands down, I absolutely love pepperoni. Yes, noodles. What is my favorite color? Purple. I mean, and I can't eat tomato, so I do white sauce on pizza. Any pizza is good as long as there's no pineapple on it. Yeah, well, I definitely don't think there should be pineapple on it. And here we thought we were gonna like make that issue, you know, decided upon, but apparently we are still always and forever divided on the pineapple question. You tried making pizza at home. It looks so good. And it... Oh, no. I'm sorry, Violet. What's white sauce? There's a couple options. There's, like, Alfredo. There's a garlic sauce. You can do, like, Caesar. Yeah, there's quite a few different ways that you can go with white sauces. And there's one that's called the bechamel sauce. And hello, the Nun House. Welcome to the Dazzle. What is my favorite food? My favorites are probably popcorn and celery and like ramen. I really like ramen. Yeah. Yeah, I really like garlic sauces and I really like the Alfredo on pizza. Do I watch anime? Absolutely. As far as which is my favorite, tough call. Seven Deadly Sins is really good. That one's like definitely up there. I've watched it like I don't know how many times, so that's probably counts as my favorite. Well, Tobias, you go and get some sleep. Rest well. Thank you, Marlena. That's very nice. And welcome to the Dazzle. And we're doing a wiggle. Thank you, Nut House. Everybody, make sure that you're wiggling around while we're talking. I watched Naruto? I watched all of the first series. I watched all of the... I didn't... Okay, yes. The answer is yes. I've watched Naruto. I haven't watched all of the series of his son yet. And yes, Lust is absolutely amazing. He's one of my favorite characters. And I have no idea how to say that name. But hi, Gandonian? Gandonian. I don't know. Hi. Yes, don't forget to hydrate. I like that with the Lust character in Seven Deadly Sins that they just like kind of turned some of the expectations on your head. Like you expect it to be female and the fact that it's male is nice. You've been working on an anime series. Wonder if you'd be interested in me. I wondered if you would be interested in making a character for it after... Oh, I have no idea. You're making an animated series? Ooh, what's it about? And hi, Rudy. How you doing? Welcome to the Dazzle. Shredded cheese, milk, and a bit of flour and nutmeg powder is, in my opinion, the best white sauce to make yourself. Not on pizza though, but for cauliflower and for vegetables, yum. Yeah, that's a bechamel sauce, and it is totally good on pizza. And we're doing a posture check. Make sure that you're sitting upright. Hot chocolate or chocolate milk? Hot chocolate. If you're gonna have chocolate milk, make it warm, man. I have a new hat every time somebody says I should change it. I have like a whole bucket of hats. It's crazy. I mean, and if you make hot chocolate properly, hot chocolate is chocolate milk. It's just chocolate milk warm. I also love the fact that Les was originally a doll, but his creator placed the face of the woman he loves, thinking he would no longer less to be placed the face of the woman he loved in a male body. Yeah, I really like the way that they just kind of explored the whole like aspect of the character and the aspect of lust, and they went a whole different direction than a lot of the stereotypical aspects of lust. And I think that in general, that's one of the things that I really liked about the Seven Deadly Sins series is that they went a lot of different directions with the characters. They didn't give them the more stereotypical archetypes that you usually see. What does it mean when there's a sticky solution like water coming out of my face in weak areas? When your skin is weeping, it's usually a serous liquid, which just means that you're not bleeding. It's just the plasma part of the blood. And it just means that your skin is superficially injured. Let's spend those secret cakes to see all the hats. You know, I didn't even count. I don't know how many hats there are. Do I make all the hats or did you buy them? So I made most of them. All the ones that you see that are yarn crafted hats I've made. But there are definitely some bought hats in there. The sewn hats I did not make. Those ones I bought. So you roleplay and you wanted to make a series about your very first character. Her name is Celine. She is one of the most tragic characters, but probably most completed character. Nice. Oh, the most complex. Yeah, that works. Oh, well, thank you, Night of Snowman. I appreciate it. Nine hats that I made and 4 hats that were bought. Well, apparently Miss Roch has done the count. Apparently we have 13 hats. Hello! Hello, bipedal Homo erectus. Welcome to the Dazzle. And that is a mouthful. And I love how I have to, like, pause and, like, read it out to figure out where all the word breaks are supposed to be. Like, my brain just can't do it. Oh, no! Someone has to be able to answer these hard-hitting questions for chat. Well, I'm glad someone can, because I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Well, it's so long that at first all I see is a bunch of letters, and it's like, until I start to say it out, I don't register. It's like, oh yeah, okay, I got this. Thanks, Miss Rat. I appreciate it. The supportive monkey in the background. He is super efficient, and I am so grateful for it because, man, whew. I don't know that I would be like wearing pants when I left the house if I wasn't married to Miss Rutz. I'm one of those like disorganized, chaotic, like absent-minded people. Like you need like creativity and creative problem solving. I'm your person, but like mundane, everyday adulting tasks, like, oh, I just ooh, like remembering how to get from point A to point B. I get lost all the time. Doesn't matter that I've been there like 50 times. And like being organized and having everything in my work bag so that when I go to work, I have all my things. I'm always so disorganized. I think the only reason that I passed for a adult is because I have Miss Rutch in the background. Yo, Lily, welcome back. I hate it when Twitch doesn't behave. Oh, well, thank you, Vipadal. I appreciate that. Yes, Ad is an absolutely amazing teammate, and I am super grateful that he is in my life. Wait, people can pass for an adult? Where exactly do I take that exam? You know, Snowman, I tell myself that I'm adulting. I don't know how well I'm doing most days. I just sort of like go out there and try. Whew. Yeah. I mean, I have pants on, so that's gotta count, right? Blink 182, what's my age again? Right? I mean, and some of the stuff that they just, like, expect us to be good at and, like, interacting with people in a not awkward fashion, oh, man. It's pretty rough. Hello, Tang, how you doing? Like, when I first start a job and I'm, like, orienting to a position and I, like, don't know where anything is, I'm just so awkward. I'm like, eh. Hello, Stinkhead. Welcome to the Dazzle. We're glad that you were here. Have a zebra cake. Oh, well, hi. I mean, I just figured that you were making a declaration, and that's okay, too. All are welcome. How's the night going? Things are going pretty good so far. Nothing's, like, on fire. Nothing's blown up. Nobody's died. So, yeah, I think things are going pretty well. What's your world, you know, how people go for Star Wars, Star Trek. Oh, my fandom? Oh, well. That would be either Alien or Hellraiser. I'm not sure which I'm more of a fangirl for. But those are the two, like, things that I get really into. I have read, like, every book that's been published in Alien World. I've played the games, the video games, the board games. I've, you know, watched all the movies, read the comics. Yeah, just, I love the Xenomorph. Amazing, amazing creature. Brilliant. And pretty much the same thing with the whole Hellraiser series. It's just brilliant. Love it. Love it so much. So, yeah, those are the two, like, things that I hard dive into and kind of get obsessed and crazy about. I could probably, like, talk about way too much. Well, thank you, Jelly, for coming and hanging out with us. We appreciate it. Welcome to the Dazzle. Alien really scared you as a kid. And yes, hot chocolate. Right now I am working at, in Med-Surg in the colorectal urology unit. I'm working as a travel nurse. I am going to be a bedside nurse for, 1 more week. I've got 3 more shifts, and then I am going to be switching over to being Zebra Pig full-time, and I'm going to try to include in the Zebra Pig hat, nurse coaching. So that's down the pipe. But yeah, so I'm getting away from the bedside nursing, which is a complicated swirl of emotions, but mostly exciting. I hate it when the internet doesn't behave, Lily. Do I like a lot? Yes, I think they're cute, even though I cannot say their names very well. Alexa. I just, yeah. I think they're adorbs. They added them to Minecraft, and they're so cute. Your mom and all your aunts and cousins are nurses, and part of me wishes I went into nursing too. You know, whew, it's one of those professions that I have an absolute love-hate relationship with. So, yeah. And thank you, another boot. I hope it all works out too. If you could get a time machine, you totally redo it and be a nurse. Axel the Lockvoltol loves leaving axes laying around. You have one as a pet? Cool. Are they hard to take care of? His name is Brownie? Neat. You know, the whole time travel question, a lot of people ask, like, if you could go back and tell yourself, your young self, anything, or if you could go back and change one thing, you know, what would you change? Or my answer is no. If I had the opportunity to travel back in time, I wouldn't. Um, you know, when you go back and change something, you you don't know what else it would change. If I told my young self about my Ehlers-Danlos, would I choose not to be a nurse? Because I shouldn't have been, you know, for my physical wellness. But then I would have missed out on this amazing profession and probably never would have met my husband, and my daughter would never have existed. So, yeah, it's kind of wild and crazy when you think about, like, how decisions are interconnected and intertwined and how our lives spin out in these complicated, weird ways. Like, the choice to go into the nursing profession is also what led me to meeting Miss Roch, and which also, of course, led to me having my amazing daughter. So if I knew that I had Ehlers-Danlos younger, who knows? You know, it's better just to not mess with things when we don't know how the outcome would be. Because who would I be now if I wasn't a nurse? And who would I be now if I never met Miss Raj? I don't know the answers to any of that, and it's hard to say whether or not I would be happier. I don't know. And the reality is that while my physical stuff is not ideal because I spent 20 years in nursing, and that's a brutal profession, and given my physical stuff, it's not a profession I probably should have been in. But, you know, I really don't have any regrets. I look back at life and I feel like I always did the best that I could with what I had. And I don't think that we can ever expect any more of ourselves than that. So, yeah. I don't think going back in time is a good idea, guys. Dorito! Oh, and we're changing hats. Hey, Emmy! Welcome to the Dazzle! Okay, changing the hats. Boop. And of course, I gotta, like, get the headphones around the ears that I don't normally have, so it's fine. I have never played Fortnite, no. Hello, Valkyrie! Welcome to the Dazzle! And thank you, Angel. I appreciate it. Meep, meep! More Doritos! Doritos are like the best chip ever. They're probably... I don't know if they're my favorite, but if not, they're pretty high up there. Watering the facial. Thank you, Lily. Mighty Mitch, make a whale noise? I don't even know what noise does a whale make? I don't know. You love the hat. I mean, well, thanks. Good night, Aloxalo. It's like, whoa! And that's random. Well, you know, I can handle random. It's all right. You like the spicy Doritos? I like the like regular classic Doritos. They're super bad though because like it doesn't matter how big the bag is. I want the entire bag to go in my face hole all in one setting. It's just not good for me. Yeah, they're just like, oh, addictive. And hi, it's Clatzy. Welcome to the Dazzle. Yes, cheese Doritos. Doritos. You know, the like original cheesy nacho Doritos. I don't, they're not called classic Doritos. They're just nacho Doritos. I don't know. My brain just says they're the first, so they're classic. You saw me on TikTok and seemed nice, so I followed you. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate you coming checking us out. For me, it'd be the Dorito Nachos. You have no cheese Doritos here. Yeah, they're like all kinds of flavors of Doritos now. It's getting crazy. Yes, Valkyrie Doritos! I love how we always end up talking about food. The Dazzle is obsessed with food. We're all like, yes, food! Have you ever seen a bag of chips or candy and there's text from Satan on it? Share size? Like, no, this bag is my own. I don't share. Stop calling it. Yes, Snowman. I don't know when anybody's like party size. Not Doritos. It's like, it might be like mine for more than one sitting, but it ain't no party size. That implies like other people's hands are supposed to be in this bag. Like, get your own bag. Do I like to read? Oh yeah, I don't read as much as I used to. Most years I'll read around 50 books a year. The last couple years, given all the like crazy stressful life events things, it's been harder for me to focus on reading. The more stressed I am, I think the more ADHD stuff kind of out, and it makes focusing on reading harder. So I haven't been doing as much of that, but yeah, I absolutely love to read. Stories are amazing. Sweet chili. Ugh, I can't do hot stuff. Party size is the party for your mouth, right? I will slam a bag of party size. It's a party when I eat my own bag. Okay, guys, you're all like... creatures of my own heart. Well, good night, Valkyrie. Sleep well. And octopus. Yeah, you know, it's like, why? What? I don't share this. You read like half a book a year. You know. What is my favorite book? Oh, that's tough. There's a lot of really good books out there. I will say my favorite author, hands down, is Clive Barker. And probably A Magica is my favorite book written by Clive Barker. Yeah, there's a lot of really good books out there. Kite Runner. I haven't read that one. Ooh, I'm always looking for good new books. Hello, Mr. Sin. How you doing? It's a little dark. Oh, I can handle dark. I mean, Hellraiser and Aliens are like my two fandoms. I mean, I'm also like a My Little Pony fan too. So I mean, there's that. We're watering the face all. Thank you, Angel. Welcome, Boazini Buns. Welcome to the Dazzle. I think I probably killed your name, but welcome. We love having you here. Toss is in the book, by the way. What? Oh, trigger warning. Oh, gotcha. What? For abbreviations, my brain went, what? Gotcha. The dark side has cookies, so why would you not enjoy? You like my hat? Oh, thank you. Oh, we're doing a wiggle. Thank you, Snowman. Let's make sure that we are moving ourselves and stretching out good. Today, Classified, we're just doing a chat. We're just hanging out with the Dazzle and talking about whatever you guys want to bring up. You can ask questions, you can bring up a topic, and if things get too, like, you know, I don't know, stale in chat, we might bring out a game, but we'll probably just sit and chat today. The hat is pretty dope. Oh, well, thank you, Sponge. I appreciate it. Dude, your sponge is bloody. What happened? Did he get stabbed? Or was it used for surgery? Your shirt reminds me of Futurama? A Futurama? And we're doing a posture check. Thank you, ads. What fidget is this? This is a Tangle toy. Do I have it up enough that you can actually see it well? This is my Tangle toy. They're one of my favorite. And the Squishmallow is May! Hello, Access. Welcome to the Dazzle. Legacy of the Warlock. Ooh. Ooh. Hello. How you doing, Daydad? And welcome, Mr. Orange. Welcome to the Dazzle. Do I play Fortnite? I never have. Is that a Yeti? I'm not sure. He's like a cute little furball. And I have not played Warzone either. What is my favorite game? I would say that probably 7 Days to Die because it's the one I've played the most. And it's the one I've played, like, the longest stretch without, like, going on to something else. Because I usually just play, like, on obsession cycles. So, I don't know. It's lasted the longest obsession. So, probably that makes it my favorite. I don't know. Well, thank you, Buns. I really appreciate it. What type of games do we play? I do a lot of the survival crafting games. So, like, Minecraft, 7 Days to Die, the one with the bugs. Grounded. Yep. Oh, I love it when things just go poop. Excuse me.
Get some coffee on board. Hello, Dark Knight. How you doing today?
Yeah, series are always like that. Ugh. You're like waiting for the next book and it may or may not come out. Waiting's hard. Have I ever tried the game Zero Savert? I have not. I did play Terraria a little bit. I didn't get super into it. It seemed like 2D Minecraft to me. And we're doing Water the Face Hole. Thank you, Snowman. But I would definitely be willing to play it some more. Like, it didn't seem like a bad game. Well, thank you, Buns. We appreciate it. You are awesome! Your face hole shall not stay dry. Thoughts on watermelon? I love watermelon. Hi, Cloud. How you doing tonight? Now that I will be a full-time zebra pig, are you going to stay where you are or planning moving? We will be going back to Maine, which is my kind of home base. That's where our apartment is. So that will be where we'll be going back and living there. And we don't allow links in chat. Sorry, classified. Too many potential problems. When did I start my Twitch? I think it's been about 2 months now. We haven't been on Twitch very long. Hi, Beast Mode. Welcome to the Dazzle. Glad you're here. What are my pronouns? You can use any. I have no particular preferences. Hello, Real Crisp. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to the Dazzle. You have the same plushie? Oh, you have a May? Nice. I think Squishmallows are like the best plushies. They are so fluffy, squishy, and soft. They're amazing. What do we do on this channel? Well, right now we have once a week, we have our chat nights where we kind of like hang out and chat with the Dazzle. And then we have one night a week that will be on Wednesday that we play video game. This week it is going to be Elder Scroll Online that we're playing. I don't know what we're going to be doing when we go to full time, because, yeah, we're going to have lots more time to do streaming, and we haven't really come up with what that schedule is going to look like. I've been just trying to survive the last couple weeks of nursing, and, yeah. Thanksgiving I worked and it wasn't the best shift. It was pretty rough. You crave chocolate. Chocolate is pretty good. Oh, do you have a lot of Squishmallows? Nice. I have 3 Squishmallows total. We mostly talk about food. You know, Ads, you're not wrong. We do talk a lot about food. Dive into the real heavy questions in life and try to solve all the world problems, right? That does sometimes happen. Do I play any sports? No, I do not play any sports. I have a lot of physical disabilities. I'm doing good to walk most days, so I definitely do not play sports. That sounds very dangerous for my person. Um, my hat is cute. Thank you, Minnie. Welcome to the channel. Do we all crave chocolate all the time? I don't crave it all the time, but man, does mental gymnastics count? And maybe. Maybe that's a sport. Um, twisting myself up in knots when I fall and sprawl funny, so I mean, maybe. You play the Evil Dead game? I didn't even know there was an Evil Dead game. Evil Dead is such a strange series. Oh, we're doing a hat change.
What? Hello, Irving Drew. Welcome to the Dazzle.
Well, this one I don't have to worry about ears, but the stem might as well be.
Now, my head is being eaten by Piranha Plant.
Feed me, Seymour. Thank you, Classified.
Water the face hole. Thank you, Access. Everybody stay hydrated.
Oh, I have wicked snotty eyeballs. Every time we have a change of season, my allergies get like twice as bad. It's awful.
Oh, Tobias, you can't sleep. I'm so sorry.
A dragon flower. You know, I guess I never thought of it as a dragon flower, but that's not a bad analogy. It's your first time watching the stream. Oh, well, thank you, Beast. I'm glad you like the hat, and thanks for joining us. That's cool. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Spixel. Welcome to the Dazzle. And hello, Alex. Welcome to the Dazzle.
Didn't I get famous off of someone on TikTok? Yeah, we kind of went viral, and it was crazy. Found you on someone's YouTube short. Well, thanks for coming and checking us out. Yeah, it all started with a little TikTok share, and then it went to Reddit, and then it went to YouTube. Now it's over on Facebook. It's just everywhere. Hi, Shay. How you doing? Fiery frog. Looks like he's casting some pretty evil magic there. Did anybody watch the Black Panther 2? No, I haven't seen it. Puts on a Piranha Plant hat. He starts singing Little Shop of Horrors theme song. Whenever I like have like this hat or see these kind of plants, I just think of like, feed me, Seymour. I mean, I guess it did start with me singing Happy Birthday. You're right, Miss Raj. I am pan, more specifically sapiosexual. I have the best hat. You salute my hat? To imagine a person saluting. Well, thank you, Pi. And we're doing a wiggle. Thank you, Pixel. Everybody make sure you're moving around. And how many hats do we have? I think that we counted that there are 13 in the bucket that you can, like, redeem zebra cakes for, but I have a lot of hats. That's not all of my hats. I don't even know how many hats I have. Dinosaur Dorito.
Thank you, Shark, and welcome to the Dazzle.
Go get some sleep, Tobias. Sleep is important. And And that is very true, Snowman. You can be straight and have the LGBTQ tag to show that you support the community and that anyone should be allowed to love anyone. Yes, that can also be a tag saying that you're an ally. Hatchmania! We try to just be a haven here in general for any kind of people. As long as you are the kind of person that's going to be an ally to other people and are going to be kind and good to other people, you are welcome in our space. And we try to support everyone, regardless if you are neurotypical or neurodivergent or whatever sexual orientation you are. None of that matters. People are people. All of the hats. I have no idea how many I own. I think that in the bin that we have zebra cakes for is 13. But I love that Miss Raj is giving a definition for stuff. Thanks, Miss Raj. Let's spam with the Doritos. Yes, everybody's going to be like so filled up on Doritos because we're all going to like have eaten so many Doritos during this stream. Imagine a redeem for X amount of points that is all the hats at once. I'm not sure that I could physically put all of my hats on my head at the same time, and I definitely couldn't put all the hats on at the same time and still put my headphones on and be able to hear the things. So I don't think there will ever be a all the hats redeem because I'm not sure that I can like stuff them all on my head and not have them just fall off my head. Yeah, I don't think there's enough coordination. Yes, Doritos! Headphones are not necessary when you have speakers. Part of the headphones is because they have sound negation or whatever it's called. So they help me stay focused by not hearing all the like ambient random sounds in and around the like room, and I don't get too squirrel mode. What's my favorite hat? I don't know. I don't know that I have a favorite hat. I like all the hats. I end up making a hat when I'm like, oh, I got to have that, and it doesn't exist, so I make it. Hi, Hurricane. Welcome to the Tassel. I have a diagnosis of ADHD and autism. So a lot of times I find environmental sounds especially really distracting, and I have a hard time sorting out like background noises and being able to focus on what I'm doing. And so when I have a good set of headphones that get rid of all of that, it just helps me focus better on what I'm doing. And yes, I made all of the Yarncraft hats. No one at all. Me looking like a squiddly. I love to crochet. I don't get to do it as much anymore because unfortunately I have problems with my hand, and yeah. I've got to have a hat stream. What would a hat stream be? Doing a Mexican wave at... What's a Mexican wave? Is it different than an American wave? And shark, what is a hat stream? It has hats? Just everybody shows up in hats, and we're like, yes, look at all our hats. I love to crochet. My hand does it. Make a hat. Make a hat with me stream. It takes a really long time, so I think it would be a really long stream. Like the piranha hat took like I think 15 or 16 hours to make, and it's because I don't have a pattern. I have to like just sort of make it like as I'm going. So there's a lot of frogging involved. And Amatosis, welcome to chat. And some of them I designed myself, and some of them I use patterns for. It depends on the hat. And yes, Hyper, I remember my 10th follower. And welcome to the Dazzle. Only be 6.5K Zebra Cakes to buy all the hats so you can convince her to do it. What? Mexican wave is a thing you see people do in sports stadiums. It starts by a few people who stand up and throw their hands in the air. Oh, so it's that like everybody waves together. So it's that like coordinated woo. Oh, all right. I didn't know that was the name of it. What's the difference between being on the spectrum and being autism? Those are the same thing. Being autistic is being on the spectrum. You don't have the patience to count the patterns. There's definitely times that I feel like that. The plush's name is May.
Hello, Muncher. How you doing tonight?
And Ragnarok.
My day has been okay. I got some sleep.
Yay.
And hello, Julisalio. Oh, man. I never know how to say anybody's name. Well, good night, Snowman.
Yeets yourself out of chat. I just got a vision of this snowman, like, grabbing himself by the collar and being all like, "Rrr."
Hey, Burl. It's going pretty good. How about you? Welcome to the Dazzle.
Sitting here hoping there is post-game content after Ganon on BOTW. Breath of the Wild. Yeah. Totally just gotta, like, wait for Miss Raj to translate shit for me. It's fine. We're magical. We're talking about pizza, and pizza is what we're getting for dinner. I want pizza. Your sister is autistic, and it makes me glad that people that have autism can be happy and live their life to the fullest. Absolutely, Hurricane. We can definitely be happy. And I think that most of that is dependent upon, like, how much we're supported by the people around us. Just like people who are neurotypical. Like, if people are supported in the environment that they're in, whether they're neurotypical or neurodivergent, we have the potential to be happy. I think that in environments where we are valued as individuals and differences are respected, we have a much better opportunity to thrive. And I think, again, that's true whether you're neurotypical or neurodivergent. You love video games. They're always fun. You play Fortnite, Minecraft sometimes, Evil Dead game, Roblox, Switch, anything. I love games. They're like therapy. What age I got my diagnosis? I was, I think, 25, but I was definitely mid-20s. I was struggling a lot at work, just in general, having a hard time um, with like social engagements and meeting work expectations. Um, I was having a lot of mood instability, and so I went in for a full psych evaluation, honestly thinking that I had some kind of mood disorder. And so, yeah, I had a full neuropsych eval, and they informed me that I had ADHD, OCD, and autism, and that they felt that I had cyclothymia. So I just got that whole pile of things all at the same time when I was in my mid 20s. So thank you, Neko. We really appreciate the support. You're awesome! Is it harder being diagnosed as an adult? I don't know. I mean, I think that it was really hard for me to not know why I was different and why I was struggling with things, and it has definitely made it easier for me to understand myself. But the advantage to being diagnosed as an adult was that they did not put me in any of the awful programs for autistic children. There are some really awful programs out there that I am glad that I was not subjected to. And many people who have had autistic therapy as a child are now talking as adults about how it was damaging to them and traumatic to them. And most of that is around the behavior modification therapy. So I am very lucky in that I did not have to experience the behavior modification. I was able to kind of find my own way. The thing is, though, even though I didn't go through behavioral mod therapy, I still kind of learned how to do the whole forced masking and all of that through socialization. So I kind of experienced some of it anyway. So which is better? I don't know. I think that regardless of whether or not you're early or late diagnosis, that there's a lot of challenges for people who are neurodivergent right now. And it's because our society sets us apart, and our society does not readily make accommodations for anyone who is different. If you are not able-bodied neurotypical, our society is not interested in making the world accessible and comfortable for you as an individual. And I think that it makes it very hard regardless of when you get your diagnoses. So I think it's just different challenges. Your sister has to do those, and it makes me kind of mad, but then she's 3 and I can't talk to her, and it makes me think what will happen when she goes to real school. Yeah, I don't have any answers, as far as like what's going to happen when your sister goes to school. I hope that the younger generations are already showing much more tolerance for people who are different. So I'm hoping that your sister's experience is much better than mine was. Things are changing, so I'm hoping that things continue to change, and that neurodivergence and disabilities are more and more accepted all the time. And I think that trend is going to continue, and hopefully individuals like myself who have these things can have better experiences in life as we get better about accepting them. We have to make it to be able to function in the public. I'm not neurodivergent diagnosed as of now. Oh, you have to mask to be able to function in public. Yeah, a lot of times, Angel, we do. We absolutely have to mask. And masking is not an exclusive behavior for neurodivergence. Like, people kind of think of this is neurotypical behavior and this is neurodivergent behavior. But the reality is that there's nothing that neurodivergent individuals do that isn't also seen in neurotypical individuals. It's just that we tend to do things more. Like, neurotypical people stim, like tapping your fingernails and twirling your hair and tapping your feet when you're waiting. All of that is stimming behavior that neurotypicals readily and normally engage in. It's normal human behavior. It's just that neurodivergent individuals stim more. Neurotypical people are affected by the sensory experience of their environment. It's just that neurodivergents tend to be more. So we tend to like try to put neurotypicals and neurodivergence in these two different boxes, like we're somehow different creatures, when the reality is that there's nothing that a neurodivergent is experiencing that isn't also experienced by a neurotypical. It's just that we're experiencing them in a more augmented, in a more intense way. Generally speaking. I mean, that's like a very broad statement. You always thought masking was expected of me. It was exhausting, and I think I can't let go of masking in a lot of situations, and it hurts me emotionally. Yeah, ads. We get to the point where we mask so much that the mask literally becomes affixed and attached to our face. I talk about this a lot in that because I was raised with the expectation that I behave like a neurotypical, and there were a lot of severe punishments if I did not behave and perform like a neurotypical, I learned to do my best to emulate neurotypical behavior. And I do not know what unmasked me looks like. I never had the opportunity to explore unmasked me. I, as a child, was never given that opportunity. So I spent my childhood always working very hard to be masked. And now people are like, well, just unmask yourself. Well, what people don't understand is that that mask has become an integrated, attached feature to my face. I mean, I can't just take that mask off now because it's not an option anymore, because it's become yeah, it's just become so much part of what you do. Could increased stimming be a product of not moving enough? In ADHD, we often see that physical movement absolutely can reduce stimming, but stimming is more about the need for sensory experience. And with autistic individuals especially, we see that stimming is about sensory seeking behavior. So it can be about movement. It can be about need for deep pressure stimulation. It can be need for certain textures or smells, you know. So stimming is a really broad category, but stimming is when you just intentionally stimulate a sense, and you do it with the intention of calming and soothing yourself. So when you're experiencing anxiety, we engage our sensations as a way to calm ourselves. And we do this all the time. We just don't think about it. Like, if you look at neurotypical individuals, when they're upset and they're crying, we often put neurotypicals often put their hands on their face. That doesn't in any way facilitate yourself crying. It is a way of sensory stimulating yourself to calm yourself and help alleviate the emotions that you're feeling. So we all engage in this. It's very human. But unfortunately, our environments are not set up in a way that's conducive to the neurodivergent brain. So a lot of times, the sensory avoidant part of people who are neurodivergent can be very damaging, like the really loud noises, and you're out there and you really it's hard. Like how do you turn down the sound of the world? Like you can try to use like earplugs and sound counseling headphones, but then it makes it really difficult to engage with other people socially who are not willing to engage in modified communication methods. So yeah, we have a lot of hurdles, and I don't think that right now society is very accommodating to people who are different. And I am very positive in the outlook because I think that things are getting better. But these are things that have been broken for literally centuries. So they're not things that are going to be solved and fixed in days or decades. They're going to take literally centuries to heal and correct. And if we look at how things have been trending over the last 100 years, we have been progressing towards being more inclusive and being more supportive, and we are headed in the right direction. It's just hurdles slow. But I think that that's unfortunately the speed that we can expect societies and cultures to change, because it takes time. It sucks. I want it yesterday. I mean, I imagine a world where everyone, whether you're neurotypical or neurodivergent, whether you're able-bodied or disabled, are all just treated like equal valued human beings, and these labels don't really matter anymore because we're all just seen as human. That's the world that I dream of.
Hi, Queenie. Welcome to the Dazzle. Thanks for hanging out with us. You made a hat like that as well? Nice.
Were you crocheting or were you knitting? I love making stuff. I don't know whether she has a podcast, but have you come across Jane, the Message? She too is turning out to be a human behavioral expert of some kind. She probably doesn't know yet, but that's what it's looking like. She has a Twitch account. I suggest following her as she talks about neurodivergence and length. She too is insightful and resourceful, and she may have a hat or two. Nice. All right, so you crochet. Nice.
Oh, well, that's all right. You are allowed to get excited about the hats. I get excited about my hats too. I love hats. Hi, Phoenix. We're doing a hat switch. Boop. And apparently we're switching to the duck.
Oh, I think his poor eyeballs are all covered. It's fine. Oh, man. I'm having all kinds of problems with this guy's hair. There we go. Whew. We got this. You love the hats?
Thank you, Bright Child, and welcome to Dazzle.
Are the hats a la carte? Yeah, Miss Roach just, like, passes them to me as he, like, is fishing them out of the bin. And I guess you could say they're a la carte, because you have to, like, buy them with your cakes. And then you get to pick them. And did I make them? I made all the crocheted ones. There are some in the list that you can choose from that are cloth hats that I did not make. When you spend the precious zebra cakes. Yes, the zebra cakes are the precious. Very good message you're promoting. Keep it up.
Thank you, Scav Boys.
And welcome to the Dazzle. We are always glad to have new people here. Welcome. I think that by accommodating more types of people, we can make the world a better place for everyone. Research has shown very clearly that the things that I need as a neurodivergent will make the lives of neurotypical people better. Like, I, as a neurodivergent person, am very sensitive to loud environments. But the reality is that research has shown that noise polluted environments over time are very damaging to neurotypicals' hearing and emotional status and psychic status as well. It's not good for any human being to be in a very noise polluted environment, whether you're neurotypical or you're neurodivergent. It doesn't matter. The difference is that a neurotypical is more sensitive, so we're going to experience those negative side effects more immediately. And because of that, I feel like we could be used as canaries in the coal mine. We could be used in a way to make the environment safer and better for everyone by making the environment inclusive for everyone. But instead, we just focus on a narrow group, and I think that's unfortunate. And we're doing wiggling. Thank you, Queenie. Everybody, let's do some wiggling. Make sure that we're keeping our bodies moving because that's a good thing for our bodies to do. You're trying to save your zebra cakes for no cursing? You're gonna get me in zombie waves? Oh my goodness, that's gonna be so hard. Like, all the zombies pouring down on me, and I'm gonna wanna be like, fuck, 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 and I'm just gonna have to be like, oh. The precious zebra cakes, yes, yes. Yeah, when I was looking at the redeems and one of them was no swearing, I was like, oh man, that's going to be hard depending on the context. And thank you, Bright Child. We really appreciate the support. Now, if you did no swearing right now, I would have like zero challenge not dropping an F-bomb or a damn or any of that. Like, do I swear freely? Yeah, absolutely. But man, when those zombies are trying to eat my face, whew, the swears are much freer. And yeah, I think that Miss Rush would be right. I think the inarticulate noises will happen. It'll be all like, and you can change the word cake, 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 cake. Right? Try to use a substitution word. I don't know if my brain can do it. You're currently eating while hanging out, and I love it here. Oh, well, thank you. We're so glad that you're enjoying your time. Hey, 40, how you doing tonight? Not sure there's enough thought for that moment. Exactly. I don't think my brain can, like, consistently do it. Like, I have a hard time with language and finding words. So to, like, find the word and then replace the word and then get the replacement word out of my mouth is, like, a lot of active effort. And to be doing that while I'm slaying zombies and trying not to die. Oh, no, I don't know. You doing good? You're just drawing cats? Nice. Are you doing pencil drawings or are you inking? And then, of course, I want to know what style of arting you're doing. Like, anime drawing, doodling, or are you going for realism? Or, I don't know, maybe it's impressionism or pointillism. There's all kinds of options. I love arting and creative stuff so much. I feel like it's a way to explore your thoughts and express your feelings, and you can just, like, make anything, including a little duck. And his beak is crooked. I never noticed that until now. I'm like, Looking at him on screen, his beak looks kind of crooked. That's fine. He's just got character, guys. He's just got character. I'm gonna slip. Oh, you mean like when I'm not supposed to be swearing? Oh, man. I'm... What? What do you mean there has to be a punishment? We don't have to get into punishment. What? Oh, no. I'm gonna lose all my cookies. I didn't sign up for punishment for not swearing. I can see it now. Mr. Arch just, like, throws more zombies at me if I swear. We could have a poll for that, too. Punishment poll. Once per instance or just once overall? Oh, no, for an instant, I'd be so screwed. Oh, she said fuck 3 times, man. She's just gonna get 3 punishments. No! You guys are rough, man. You're rough. So harsh, so harsh. Like, I always worry about it when there's a code that, like, am I swearing right now? And then I'm like, I don't think it matters right now. Like, I've never gotten in trouble at work, but I know that I have definitely sworn in the middle of a code. Like, things like this have happened. And people just look at me like, whoa, did she just, like, say a potty word? And then I want to be looking at people and be like, dude, somebody's dying right now. Swearing's appropriate. Hey, Games, how you doing? I mean, if your knee-jerk response is to swear when you stub your toe, it just seems like more valid that my knee-jerk response would be to swear when I find somebody, like, not breathing. Like, that's like usually my immediate response when I call a code. Like, I don't say call a code. It's usually as I'm running to the code button going, shit, 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 shit. Wait, but when are you going back to play 7 Days to Die? I have no idea, ads. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. This week I am playing Elder Scroll Online on Wednesday. And then next week we're going to have to, like, figure out what our new schedule is going to look like. Because, well, I have no idea. I have no idea. I haven't gotten that far yet. I'm probably going to have, like, some kind of powwow. I don't think that the first week is going to be full-time streaming because we got to move from New York to Maine. And we have to, like, have a little team meeting and figure out what our, I don't know, plan and schedule is going to be. So I'll probably still do 2, maybe 3 streams my first week. And then hopefully after that, we'll have some kind of idea of what the heck we're doing. And yeah. Everything's kind of in the air. And you just had dinner? Excellent. It's all about the food, Games. It's all about the food. But I'm positive that I will be playing more 7 Days to Die because the game's epic. And you're drawing in pencil. It's a doubloon cat. It's a wizard. And they will give you spells for doubloons. Oh, nice, nice. I was in a call the other day. It was 911. A 16-year-old sounded so slurred and heard the paramedics say, oh, fuck, he's really fucked up. It was worrisome but kind of funny. I heard paramedics say that. Yeah, you know, like, in the moment when you're, like, really worried about someone, it's like potty words happen. Yeah, just potty words happen. Yes, you still have some time to save some more cakes to make my life more difficult. Yes, you have time, ads. Hopefully we can figure out how to get Mischief Maker going, because that looks like it would be a whole lot of fun, and I think that I would have a great time playing with Mischief Maker. So that's also on the to-do list of things to get up and running. But I'm not even gonna really focus on getting that going until after. Uh, First responders have no chill. Ditto for news reports. You know, Stacks, I think you're right. Like, when I was an EMT, like, there was only one paramedic that I knew who was like, it didn't matter what was happening, he was like super chill. And the rest of all of the EMTs were like, I don't know, squirrels on crack. Like, they were all kinds of like, blah! Like, everything was high energy. I think it just comes with being the kind of person who is willing to be an EMT. And yeah, hopefully we can figure out how to make 7 Days to Die stream without all the stupid laggy things. The technology. Yes, hopefully we can get the technology to behave itself. Yeah. The learning curve on that has been brutal. I mean, and we are slowly solving things, but yeah, that one we haven't figured out yet. When you were in college, we wrote a story on some woman burning her hand on a stove. We titled the story Burn Notice. Nobody outside the newsroom would ever see said title, but internally it was just how we did things. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of interaction with like news people, but like I worked as an EMT for 2 years. I think it was 2 years. I don't know, 1 or 2. God, that was eons ago. And definitely they are some really high energy people, for sure. And definitely there was some swearing. I think the swearing happened most often when you were in a back bumpy road and the intermediate or paramedic was trying to put in an IV and their hand is all like, "Bleh," and they're like, "Can you drive any fucking worse right now?" And the driver will be like, "Do you want me to get them to the fucking hospital or not? I have no control over the roads." Yeah, dark humor to save the day. Yeah, you know, healthcare providers get so much grief about having dark humor, and I see dark humor being really poorly presented and illy received on the internet all the time. And I think that it's because healthcare providers don't realize that a lot of lay people don't get that it's just us blowing off steam. But yeah, whew. We definitely have a lot of dark humor, and it is a coping skill. And we've seen some real shit, like awful shit. And it can come across like we don't give a shit about people, and it can come across like that we're awful, but what people don't understand is that you have to have a mechanism to emotionally distance yourself enough in the moment to be able to turn off those feelings so that you can engage cognitively so that you can take care of the person. And oftentimes dark humor is enough to emotionally distance yourself so that you can turn on the intellect. And yeah, and soldiers absolutely are another group that have a lot of dark humor. And yeah, it is a laugh so you don't cry. Absolutely. And a lot of lay people are just like, "Oh, I can't believe they said that. They're so terrible." It's so hard to explain when you're not in it, though. And we're going to water the face hole. Thank you, Shannon McNoodle. Because staying hydrated is super important.
Right, exactly.
I mean, but what I think is important when we are healthcare providers with dark humor is that we need to remember that there's a time and a place for dark humor. And our TikTok channels are probably not the place for dark humor. Like, I am all about dark humor, but you're not going to see it on my TikTok channel. And you're not going to see it on my YouTube. And you're not going to see it really here on Twitch. And the reason is because this is not the stage and this is not the platform for the dark humor. And it's because you don't know who your audience is really, and you don't know where they're coming from. And dark humor is, well, it's dark, and it's got a cruel edge to it. And inherently by design, it's meant to remove you and distance you from the problem. So when you go onto social media and you're using dark humor, it makes you look like this uncaring asshole, when that's probably not what's going on. It's probably you just are in the habit of this humor set and you aren't thinking about who's receiving it. So, yeah. But do I use dark humor? Absolutely. Definitely I have used dark humor. I mean, I'm not going to lie. Like, that's something that has happened more than once. Like, yeah, more than once. All the time. Probably every shift I've worked, dark humor happens. It's an important coping skill. It keeps us alive. And yeah, Shark, I think it is absolutely needed. And I think the more stressful the situation is, the more likely dark humor comes out. For me, dark humor comes out most frequently when I have a patient who has died. And that is because it's one of the most stressful times for me. I have a very emotionally difficult time with someone dying, and dark humor helps me keep my intellectual status engaged, and it allows me to kind of distance myself from it enough to be able to do my job that they need me to do. Because even though your patient has died, there are other people who need you. That patient's loved ones need you to be a professional and need you to do your job well and need you to take care of the deceased in a respectful, caring, and thoughtful way. And you can't do that if you are a hot emotional mess because you're focused on the reality of this person being gone forever. Why is the badge a llama? So we've talked a lot about our branding and how we're gonna like visualize Zebra Pig, and I'm not sure how it happened or when it happened, but May started appearing in every video, and it was happenstance at first. Like, at first it was just she was in the room, in the chair or on the bed where I was streaming. Like, I wasn't, or where I was doing my video, I wasn't like planting her there. So yeah, the first lurker of the stream is definitely May. So, and then it became this thing, like, where she would be in like 80 or 90% of my videos. So we got to laughing about it, and it was like, well, I guess May wants to be the mascot of the stream. So we just started intentionally putting her in the stream and started intentionally putting her in all the videos. So now May, who is the llama unicorn, is now like the like first supporter of the stream, and that's our kind of joke. And she is the what do you call it? The honorary. She's an honorary member of the pig pile. So yeah, you get to have a May badge because she is saying that she approves your decision to sub and that she was the first subscriber to the channel, so you have joined the May clan. So it's just kind of a, I don't know, inside joke about how May sort of joined the group. And yes, duck.
And thank you, just another boot. We very much appreciate the support. Yay! We got a terrible memory, but color. I guess I don't... I'm sorry, Shark. I'm not sure what you're asking about with the color. But I guess you're asking Miss Rotch, so Miss Rotch can figure it out.
Previous message asking if you changed your hat. But you're doing it again, so.
Oh, apparently I'm changing my hat again because Miss Rotch is, like, determined that we're going to parade the hats, apparently. We'll take off the duck. Oh, and we're now doing the parrot. Someone has to show off the hats if no one else will. Yeah, so at least you will all know, like, what the hats are in reference to now. This hat, I always think is weird because I can see his wings in my peripheral. Like, the other hats, the, like, sides are far enough back that I don't really see them, but these wings are so wide. They're like, whoa, yes. And yes, I made the crocheted hats. And thank you, Shark. I appreciate that. I love hats and I love crochet, so yes. This one I made from a pattern. There's a really cool book that I bought that was called Crocheted Hats.
I have played it some.
Well, I love chips. Thank you for coming and joining us. Welcome to the Dazzle. We're glad you're here. Have yourself a zebra cake. And you can use them to change hats, or you can hoard them and be a, you know, troublemaker down the road and not let me swear. Evil machinations down the road. Like some people are planning. So they have some idea what they're spending the exquisite zebra cakes on, right? Not throwing any shade or anything, ads. I mean, I would never do that. But we're getting really excited for next month. Going full time. We got lots of things that we're got in the works. And that's cool. It's also kind of like, oh, how are we going to get all this done? But you're going to make me sing for 5 minutes too? Well, you poor soul. What you don't know is that I can't sing for shit. So you're going to like have so many regrets. It's going to hurt you more than me. Jack, say hello to the world. Hello. Welcome to the Dazzle. So next month, we're going to do all kinds of cool stuff. We're going to be getting the Minecraft server going. We're going to be getting the support group set up. We're going to be getting the scheduled coffee shop group, play with zebra games going. Going to be doing setting up more games that you can play on the Steam Dazzle group with me. Yeah, I knew you were going to ask, ads. We're going to be doing all kinds of fun stuff. We're also looking at setting up some times that you guys can schedule to do coaching sessions. So yeah, we've got lots of things in the work, and we're going to be getting everything going next month. It's going to be so much fun. And if you want to see what all the different rewards are, you can go to the coffee shop. The link of the Buy Me a Coffee is down in the About page. And those are the things that I'm talking about. So we got all kinds of stuff coming. Everyone can sing if they use your voice. Not everyone can sing, though. Yep. Yeah, not everyone can sing well, even though you can sing. So we're doing a wiggle. Thank you, Jack. Say hello to the world. Because wiggling around is important. Be good to our bodies. Everybody move a little. We're probably going to be looking at renaming some things because we've got everything named the Dazzle right now, and I've been informed that's confusing. So, because we've got the Dazzle, that's the group on Steam. We've got the Dazzle that's in reference to the group of y'all hanging out with me on Twitch. We got the Dazzle that's the Discord channel. So we're gonna rename stuff too, just to make things less confusing. That's on the docket for next month too. No idea what those names are going to be yet. Haven't thought about it. I made this hat. I used a pattern in a book that I bought. So yeah, lots of things coming. Super excited about it. And hopefully it will be all good stuff. I'm also looking at doing some chats that are going to be where I have guests, where we do like back and forth in like interviews where we talk about disabilities and neurodivergence, and so that's on the docket. For the people who are subs, I'm looking at having a couple streams that will be sub-only chats so that you guys will be able to get some more attention as a reward for being subscribed. Yeah, these are the things that we're kind of looking at. Nothing set in stone yet, but those are the ideas that we're throwing around. And if you have ideas and suggestions, you know, throwing those in the suggestions channel in Discord is a good place to put them. And we're definitely open to suggestions and ideas because I have more time now, so we can take projects. And well, I like projects. I don't know what his hair is doing. I think his hair is like, ooh. Every time I first put him on, his hair is like, ooh, so crazy. Interview the hats. Maybe they got some good stories. I'm not sure I want to know. Did I just throw the hat? Yes, I threw the hat at Miss Raj. He has the Bino hats. Totally threw it at Miss Raj. I've been more subtle about it. Apparently, I didn't do it off screen enough. So this time, you guys caught me in the act. Yeah, I've been tossing it at Miss Raj, who has the bin, because he's fishing out the appropriate hat, and then he like tosses it my way, and then when I take it off, I toss it back to him. So we've been having hats flying across the room. It's fine. Oh, poor hats. Oh no. I'm sure that there no harm is being come to the hats. Look, they look so happy. They're not traumatized. I mean, he's got a bad hair day, but I don't even know what's happening with his hair. It's super hard to fix his hair because I can't see it. I don't know. I think that his hair is mostly behind his horn now. It's fine. It's fine. Whew. He's got a wild mane. It's okay. Everything's fine. Nothing to see here, guys. Truly, I got him because he hit the mic. Yeah. Yeah, the incoming hat bounced off the mic. If the mic wasn't there, it would hit me in the face. So, I mean, there's that. You like this one? Yeah, I have two unicorn hats. When I was making the unicorn hats, I really couldn't decide which colors I wanted the unicorn to be. So I ended up just making two. So I have like the blue one and I have the purple one. But the blue one has the like lavender hair. So this is evidence of my indecisiveness. Because I was like, oh, I don't know if I want it to be a blue unicorn with purple hair or a purple unicorn with blue hair. And the answer is yes, I'm doing both because I can't fucking decide. Sometimes you don't have to choose. Sometimes you can do all the things. And this one I experimented with the different eyeballs. Miss Rush likes these eyeballs better. I kind of like the buttons better. What do you guys like better? The safety eyes or the buttons? And Miss Roch has shared the Discord server. Both are good. That's what we learned from Eldora. Like, I like the look of the safety eyes, but they seem too small for the size of the hat, and I couldn't find ones that were, like, the button size. But I like the size of the button, yeah. And, yeah, the buttons make me think of, like, the different cartoons, like Caroline, and, like, the old comfort stuffed animals that I had as a kid. So, I don't know. I kind of like both for different reasons, and I'm just like, oh my goodness, I don't know. But I think overall, I personally like the buttons better. Hence why I think there's more with buttons. But that's just my biased opinion. All right, Miss Rach, because I am curious, I think you should put up a poll so we can ask the Dazzle how many are neurotypical and how many are neurodivergent. Because I'm curious. You're gonna have nightmares now? Caroline eyes appear under your bed and they just blink out at you. Are you allowed to ask my real name? Yeah, my real name is Jacqueline, and I usually go by Jack because a lot of people have a hard time saying my real name. And yeah, my real name is like on a lot of my stuff, so I don't like get too weird about it. I thought it was going to be a poll about the hats. Oh, no. See, my tangential brain went a totally different direction. You're welcome, ads. That's a pretty name. It's one of my old best friend's name. Well, thanks. I do like the name. It's just a name that I've been surprised that a lot of people have a hard time saying. And I don't know. I've always felt like it seemed like too much of it seemed too proper for me. Like, it feels like it should belong to somebody who's more, like, put together. Yeah, proper. I guess that's the word I want, proper. Well, good night, Angel. You have a fabulous night. Sleep well. Where do you fall? My real name is not Zebra. nor is my real name Pig, right? Could you imagine getting your name legally changed to Zebra Pig? That would be interesting. Yes, my real name, first name Zebra, last name Pig. I'm Mrs. Pig. My last name is Taylor, though. Yeah, it's on all the things. But yes, pig. I can just about imagine changing my name illegally to Zebra Pig and introducing myself and the conversation, especially if it was like for a professional like job interview or something. Hello, Doritos! Welcome to the Dazzle! We're glad to have you. It'd be great for taking phone calls. Imagine customers saying their name is Zebra. I'd be like, oh yeah! Or just like being at a business and answering the phone. Hello, this is such and such a unit. This is Zebra. How can I help you? I could just imagine people being like, this is what? Because it amazes me how often I get people make comment on my name already. Because I'll be like, oh, this is such and such a unit. This is Jack. How can I help you? And people will be like, this is who? And I'll be like, this is Jack. And then I have frequently this weird moment where people will be like, did you say your name is Jack? Yes. And then they'll be like, are you a female? And I'll be like, why does it matter? Can I help you? Like, why does it matter what gender I am? Can I assist you? I find it really weird how often people on the phone need to like know if I am a female because my voice sounds female, but then I give them what they assume to be a male name and how much it bothers them. And I'm just like, why does it matter? Like what gender I am? Like, can I help you? Like, does my gender in some way affect whether or not I can put your phone call through to the appropriate party? Does my gender in some way affect whether or not I can update you on how your family member is doing? Like, I don't see in any way, shape, or form how my gender is relevant to how well I am going to be able to assist you today. I don't think that that's why they would ask, because the few people who have asked when they're looking for pronouns, they'll usually say, oh, your name is Jack? So do you have he, his pronouns? Like, usually they'll specifically refer to pronouns if that's their concern and not refer to gender. So I find it very interesting. I think that our society is very oddly obsessed with like gender, and I'm like, why does it matter? Like, what difference does it make? I don't think that what like body parts I have is going to make any difference in how well I can answer your questions on the phone. And hey, Doc, welcome to the Dazzle. And we got Pick Me Up Mom, Please. I like that name. And welcome to the Dazzle. And then we got WVVLLF. Oh my goodness. I don't, Wolf? Is that supposed to be Wolf? Hello. I think you're Wolf. And thank you. I'll go by, your name is Jack, as in Skellington, right? I bet that would be a fun ad. Yes, my name is Jack Skellington. Hi, Variety. Welcome. Ew, male, female? Nah, shark is the new trending gender. Like, that, like, male-female stuff is so 90s. Like, we're like 2020 now. Where are you guys? Oh my god. Like, identify as a pig. I have not played Roblox. No. I love Jack. He's amazing. Yes. I approve of the Jack's t-shirt. Your Walmart bag. That seems legit there. Pick me up, mom, please. I go by Octonaut. I think that it's just intellectually it kind of makes my brain hurt because I've never known why it mattered. Like, it doesn't even offend me that like people are bothered by like the weird gender of myself, but it's always intellectually perplexed me that other people care. Like, if you're not looking to have sex with me, why does my sexual organs matter to you? Like, I don't understand under what context. I mean, I guess if you're my doctor, that might matter. But there's not many contexts in which my sexual organs are relevant. you don't like Hermione? I don't know how to say her name. You can tell I'm not a Potter person. You think it's pretty valid. I don't get it. I respect the different genders, but whatever you are or who your identity is, I don't care. I mean, you're still you. I don't know. Yeah, Shark, like, I've never understood what difference it makes. Hello, Donut Pug. Welcome to chat. Like, when I engage with people, like, their gender is never relevant to me. I always just think, like, is this person nice to me? Are they respectful to me? And the only time their gender is relevant is, like, if I'm interested or if I'm taking care of them and their gender might be relevant to their physical care. Like, if I have to put a catheter in you, I'm going to need to know what kind of parts you have. Like, other than that, I don't really care. I don't get it. I don't know why it matters. And we're watering the face hole. Thank you, Pick Me Up Mom. Well, variety. As far as what gender I've always particularly identified as, I've always told people I'm female. Like, in my head, though, I do feel like I'm male. Biologically, I'm female, so I've always just answered that way. Because I've never felt bothered by the reality that my brain and body don't match. I've never felt like it was an issue or a problem. I've never felt broken or like I never felt I've never felt incomplete or anything. I do understand that some people feel like their body's not right because it doesn't fit their mind and doesn't match their mind. I've never felt like it was a requirement for my brain and body to be the same gender, and I was always okay that they were different genders, which is why I don't care what pronoun people use, and I don't really care, like, which gender you label me as, because I feel like I'm both. Like, in my mind, I feel like I'm a male, and my body is a female, so I feel like I'm a little bit of everything. So I don't know. I feel like we try to put things into black and white of a box, and I don't think that the world is classifiable into black and white boxes. You feel like you're male too? All right, Shark. We'll feel like being guys together. So we got a lot of neurodivergence here tonight. Do I have Roblox? I do not. Are you allowed to laugh at that? I did, so I mean, meh. I think we can't take things in life too seriously. You're a normie. You know what, Shark? There's nothing wrong with being normal. You know, the average is average because that is what a lot of people are. And there's nothing wrong with being average. And there's nothing wrong with being an outlier. I think that it's like eye color. When you think about eye color, the most common eye color is brown. That is the average eye color. The majority of humans on the planet have brown eyes. The next most common color is blue, with the third most common color being hazel. Those three colors together, like, include the majority of eye color. Green eyes are exceptionally rare. They only account for, depending upon the part of the world, somewhere between 2 and 3% of the human population. But here's some really interesting things about the green eye thing, is that if you look at the number of people who have green eyes, that's also the same percentage of people who are intersex. So they're the people who are not biologically definitively male or female. So every time you see somebody who has green eyes, in that ratio of people, that's the same number of people who are intersexed. You know, we are not... The one thing that's definitive about humanity is that we have diversity. And I think that we forget that. And if your eye color changes from day to day, it means that you have hazel eyes. And what is changing is actually your skin tone, which makes your eyes look different in color. It's really cool. Donut, I think that everyone is beautiful in their own way. How old am I? I am 41! Yeah, it's a crazy number. It's a number that a lot of people don't realize. Like, we think about people who are intersex and who don't fit this black and white box as being some exceptionally unheard of thing, and it's not a thing. But it's the same rarity as green eyes, which we can consider to be completely normal. I look way younger. Oh, well, thank you. What time is it? It is currently 8:19 p.m. All right. And we are going to an ad. Because you said so. Yeah, I just ran it. If you have green eyes, yes, you really should wear sunglasses. You are much more likely to have photosensitivity. You're much more likely to have your eyes get damaged. What? Does it? I have no idea.
Okay, I couldn't know if
You were surprised when you found out green eye was rare. Depending on lighting, they can be bright light green or very dark green. Yeah. Why must I do the ad? Well, ads help fund the channel. And I never announced who paid Cakes to do the ads, so they won't get hate. I look way younger. Well, thank you. I think that might be why my eyes literally burned from the sun last time I went to the beach. Ugh. Individuals who have lighter eye tones are more likely to have issues with the light, but green eyes are more likely to be damaged by the light, and blue eyes are definitely more likely to be photosensitive and damaged by the eyes. Now, that being said, that does not mean that if you have other eye colors that you can't have that problem. It's just a statistical correlation. And here you are with brown eyes and still photosensitive. I'm sorry, Ed. Your genes said no. Brown eyes are beautiful. My green eyes have you squinting at the light. I thought I was a vampire, right? Yeah, it's definitely a good idea to be wearing shades. Yeah, definitely do not recommend staring at the sun. Your hazel eyes usually make people think that you are wearing contacts. Interesting. All right, we're gonna wiggle, guys. Thank you, Access Dino. Let's take a good stretch, everybody. Big stretch. And do I know who Carve7 is? I don't know him personally, but yes, we have met online, and yes, I remember who he is. As a person with green eyes, these things are true. Yeah. Hello, Dab Vader. Welcome to the Dazzle. Glad you joined us. Some people say that my eyes are a bit scary since they can't barely see the black spot, meaning the pupil. Oh, you have a really small pupil? Pupil? I'm gonna water the face hole. Thank you, Dab Vader. Because it's important to stay hydrated. How do we know you aren't wearing contacts, right? I am going to be streaming until 10 o'clock, so about another hour and a half is the plan. The more lenses, the better. The no one says that. I just, like, Shark thought of, like, a telescope. We're not going to make you see better. We're going to make you see. So, like, doot, 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 doot. You're procrastinating? What are you procrastinating? Hello, Smiley Face. Welcome to the Dazzle. I'd rather just... Oh, don't gouge out your eyes. Oh, no. Have I played the new Pokemon? I have not. Band Summative? I don't know what that is. Wondering why my name is Zebra Pig. Zebra comes from the fact that in the medical field, a zebra is in reference to someone who has a rare medical disorder. And the pig is my totem animal, so I smushed them together and I am a zebra pig. Oh, it's a test for band class. How unexciting. I'm sorry. You have to analyze playing of different measures for music. Ooh. Hello, Jupiter. How you doing? I am doing pretty good for tonight. A little tired, but not too bad. Az is procrastinating on adulting. How's that going? You have a whole project due tonight? Oh, pick me up. Yes, I live in the U.S. I have heard of that meaning before. Where, no idea. Now I'm going to be thinking about it all night. Hello, Gubbin Place. You live in Texas? Is Texas a bad place to live? I see a little cry face there. Bright Child is a zebra. Well, hello and welcome, fellow zebra. It's hot. Yeah, I bet it is hot in Texas. Right now, we are pretty cold here in New York. So I wish we could like split the difference and have a decent temperature to share. Like, I wish I could give you half the cold and you could give us half the hot. We could just be like comfortable. Well, I will. I don't have to 21-hour drives. Missed it already. You were in San Antonio. Nice. Eee! You also live in Texas, German Weasel. Wait, you don't live in Germany, German Weasel?
I think you can eventually.
In New York, concrete jungle where the trees are made of. In the jungle, the might. Oh, yeah. We could, like, just start going on kind of tangents there. All right, Gubbins Plays is reminding us to have good posture and be nice to our backs. So, everybody, let's sit up straight. I personally do not have asthma. I'm sorry that you do because it can be very miserable. I am not a big, huge fan of the cold either. Yes, now I am totally hearing the song. Everybody is singing it in their heads. Your graphics and setup have gotten really nice. How much money, time did it take? Little baby bonsai. Well, thank you for joining us. Welcome to the Dazzle. As far as how much time, I no idea how much time Sarah Sulk spent on it hours-wise, but it did take her several weeks to get everything done, and Sarah Sulk is awesome, and she's part of our team, so it didn't cost us anything to do all of the artwork that has gone into our channel. But she also gets some of the money that comes from the channel, so I guess that counts as paying her for her work. I like to think so. Here, Texas Christmas is like 80 degrees. 80 degrees. My name is the opposite of one of my favorite YouTuber Twitch streamers, the Russian Badger. Wait, badgers and weasels are opposite? What? We're just going to be singing it forever. In the jungle. The weather is amazing in Atlanta. Well, I'm glad the weather is good somewhere. Let me Google what's 80 Fahrenheit. Right? I like how your rig choices all share common brands. My setup stuff. We were very blessed, and Elgato was very awesome and sent us the stuff. So, yay! And welcome, Sandwich. Can we have a karaoke stream? I don't think that we can do that. But yeah, the microphone and the light and all of that stuff is the Elgato, and then Corsair gave us a cool headset and keyboard. We were very blessed. We had two companies that decided to send us very awesome presents. So, yay! They're amazing. We're so grateful. It made a big difference in the quality of our streams, and they are just rock stars. Yeah, I'm not sure what the rules are for doing any kind of karaoke stuff, because it's hard to do that without doing copyrighted music. Hello. Oh, hi, how are you? Welcome to the Dazzle. You just dropped your ramen? I'm so sorry. That's awful. And it was on your homework? Oh my god, that's double awful. Karaoke with national anthems? Yeah, because it's hard. Like, what are uncopyrighted songs that, like, everyone actually knows that you can, like, sing together? I'm not really sure. I mean, I think it would be really fun to do, but yeah, it would be a copyright challenge. Yeah, I often say we because I have a team of people who are helping me. My team includes Miss Roch, Stax, and Sarah Salk. Sarah Salk is the one who's doing all of the art. All three of them are moderators on the channel. And Stax and Miss Roch have been helping a lot with the technology. And bless them because otherwise this stream would be completely non-functional because I don't know how any of the tech works. Weasels and badgers are in the same family. Okay, I was trying to figure out why they would be opposites. I was so confused. When is my birthday? March 27th. I hope that your homework, like, just dries out. I agree. Yes, Lily, I hope it dries out. Can you reprint it? We must beatbox the average free uncopyrighted beats. Oh, you're also a merch? Woohoo! Angry pig. Angry pig. The German weasel wants an angry pig. We could probably do that. Boots and cats, boots and cats, boots and cats. It has to be handwritten? Who the hell has handwritten essays? What kind of Satan mission is that? Like, what? What part of the planet are you on that you were handwritten? What? They are Satan. Puss in Boots is basically the child of beatboxing. I think most public school system is pretty much Satan. That makes no sense to me. Like, just none whatsoever. What's my favorite movie that is a tie between Hellraiser and Alien? Mr. Roch? Angry Pig. Well, baby bonsai, I am also autistic and ADHD. We're two peas in a pod. What is my favorite thing to do in Christmas? Hide. I spend most of the Christmas season trying to avoid all of the commercialization, excessive sensory input, false socialization. I have a really hard time with Christmas. I think the principle of Christmas is good, but I find that overall Christmas is just very overwhelming and yeah. Blah, blah, blah. So yeah, I spend a lot of Christmas season playing hide and seek, where I am seeking for hiding holes. Do I play chess? Occasionally, but I'm very bad at it. I don't have the focus to play chess well. I have a really hard time paying attention to the board. I get really easily distracted by everything else. On the rare occasion that I do focus well, I am pretty decent at chess. Back in the day, I was once a like fourth board for a chess club, but it was very difficult for me to maintain any kind of quality of chess playing because it is not a good environment for me. There's too much there's too much like requirement of me focusing on this, and I don't do that well. My brain just goes ah, da, da, da. So yeah, I don't think my brain is designed well for chess. Like, I think the people who play chess the best are the people who can really focus on the game and think a lot of moves ahead and stay in that moment of the game. And when I start trying to think a lot of moves ahead, my brain then starts thinking about what I'm going to be eating for dinner and what clothes I'm wearing and what my hair is doing and how the chair feels and what the weird noise was and the ticking of the clock, when the little timer that comes with chess. Why do they make them so noisy? Oh my god, it's evil. Evil. Star Destroyer. Hello, Pablo. How are you doing? Your drama class had a weird obsession with the Macarena. Oh, yeah? That's a weird one to have, like, an obsession with. Glad that you are doing well, Pablo. Pablo Acle... Oh, man. Nope. You're just going to be Pablo. Because I think that's the only part of that I can say. Christmas or any big holiday is so hard. Yeah, I agree. I'm worried about the family gatherings that I have to go to. I have pretty much opted out. There are some family members who have not taken this well. But I have gotten to the point that I just draw my boundaries and I tell them that I'm sorry, but that's where I'm at, and I don't ask for permission anymore in life. I am at the point where I can't do big gathering, or I can, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to spend the spoons on it. I'm not going to spend the immense amount of energy masking, and it's just so exhausting, and I don't feel like what I get out of it is worth the amount of energy and the toll that it takes on my person to do it. I much rather have small individual gatherings, and I tell my family all the time, if you want to schedule a day where one person, one or two of you come and hang out, that's great. I can do that, but yeah, I'm not going to do the whole crowd control thing. And yeah, I love playing video games. I'm going to be playing ESO on the stream on Wednesday. Generally speaking, I tend to play survival crafting games. That's probably the category that I play the most in, but I'm a variety gamer for sure. I pretty much do whatever. Hello, Bats. How are you? Welcome to the Dazzle. Can we play Garctic Phone? I don't know that game. True, ma'am. I've tried, but people tend to take it personally if I opt out. I know that's not my issue if they do, but I'm still a bit of a mess with that one. So here's the thing with boundaries. And this one took me a really long time to learn. Boundaries are about protecting yourself and about regulating and controlling yourself. And it's not about controlling other people's behavior. It's about how you're going to respond to other people's behavior. And it's most common when you start changing your boundaries. People who you've had relationships with for a long time will often be uncomfortable with that because they won't know the rules of engagement anymore. And that's uncomfortable when you don't know how you're supposed to behave. People want to know the rules, which totally makes sense. So when you start changing the rules on them, that's uncomfortable and it leaves that uncertainty. So there's often pushback that they want you to go back to your previous script. But it's not your responsibility to make other people feel comfortable, and it is not your responsibility to deal with other people's emotional responses to your boundaries. That's their baggage, and they need to deal with it. If people are getting aggressive or verbally abusive or nasty, then I would say you need to cut those people out of your lives, because that's very inappropriate behavior that you shouldn't tolerate in any way, shape, or form. If they become really defensive, that's their baggage, and they are going to have to work through that. I have been drawing boundaries now for 10 years, and the reality is that I still have family members who do not respect those boundaries, who are not comfortable with those boundaries, and who do not like those boundaries. But again, it's not about me controlling their behaviors or their emotional response. It's about what I'm going to do. So one of my rules is that I don't do last minute social engagement. So if you call me the day of, you don't get to have last minute access. They often still try to do this, and I just continue to say, no, sorry, I'm not available. And they'll be like, oh, well, why? What are you doing today? I'm like, it doesn't matter. You have to plan ahead with me if you want to do something with me. That's my rule. If you want to have plans with me, you need to do this, at least call ahead. And if it's not important enough for you to call ahead, then it's not important enough for us to do. Like, I'm sorry, I need that. I need to be able to plan my schedule. And, I'm sorry that that's not something that works well for you, but that's something that I need. Thank you, Rosalind. Right on the face-o. So I think that it's really important to remember that boundaries are about how we respond to other people's behaviors, and it's not trying to own or control how other people behave. So when you say that, so like when I said I am no longer going to engage with the big social family events for the holiday, yeah, I get a lot of pushback. I get a lot of taking it personally. Why don't you ever want to come over anymore? Don't you love us? Why don't you want to be with us? And I don't engage with it. My response will be, this is what I need to be healthy. And I hope that my being healthy is important to you. So, in order for me to be healthy, I need small interactions. And if you would like to have interactions with me, this is how you do it. And that's it. And yeah, when you first start setting boundaries, it is so hard. And it takes a lot of practice. And it takes a lot of learning how to emotionally process other people's bad responses. It's hard. It's really hard. It's really easy to say, oh, well, you just got to draw the line in the sand. Well, boundaries aren't black and white. Boundaries are more like creating a fence in your property. And there's a gate. And sometimes you let people get away with crossing boundaries because they get an exception. They get a pass. Boundaries are not black and white. Boundaries are negotiable. Boundaries are complicated, you know, just like everything that is humanity. So, yeah, like all of this stuff is hard. And we are making sure that we're sitting up straight. Thank you, Donut Pug. I also call bullshit on how they throw a pity party that you don't that you don't show up. Like, no, my health is more important than visiting. Yeah, Rosalind. But I think that some of this comes from the ableist perspective. Like people who are neurotypical and people who are able-bodied take their spoons for granted, and they have a very difficult time getting outside of their box, and they don't understand the having to budget your energy and having to budget your spoons, and they are thinking about it solely from their perspective, that when they say they don't want to go to a social engagement, it's because they don't want to interact with that person, not because they're too tired or not feeling well. So it's complicated. And it is messy because people tend to be very egocentric. And if there is a game that you would like me to play and like me to look at, the best place to put that would be in the suggestions channel in my Discord, so that after the stream I can look at stuff, because at the end of the stream I'm probably not going to remember everything that people recommended and suggested to me. So if there's something that you would like me to check out or like me to look at, put it in my suggestions in the Discord so that I can look at it after the stream. Do I not get thirsty with this much talking? I have drank most of a Gatorade and about half of a coffee, so getting thirsty definitely happens. And for better or worse, I am well practiced at lots of talking. Your favorite thing about being in chat is seeing just how many people find your channel every day, and seeing it live in chat is awesome. Oh, thanks, German Weasel. I have been very excited about all the people coming in and being able to have really good and meaningful conversations about stuff that actually matters. I've been really excited about that. Hey, Emily, welcome to the Dazzle. You're honestly not that much liked just because I'm judged before anyone gets to know me in real life. I only really have 2 true friends, and that's why I like social media, because it can show my personality first instead of my physical image. Okay, Lily, so there's a couple of things that I'm gonna say to that. First of all, I am sorry. The social game is really hard. The second thing is that keep in mind that research shows that we only have the emotional capacity to keep 5 people close to us at any one time. Outside of that, they're going to be acquaintances. They're not going to be close, actual good friends. And that's because maintaining friendships takes time. And if we aren't investing time in our friendships, that friendship grows distant and we lose the friendship. And we only have so much time in our lives to spend. And what research has shown is that the amount of time we can reasonably invest is in 5 people. Thank you, ads. Gonna water the face hole. So social media has skewed what our perception of a normal friendship circle looks like. We see these long, like, lists of friends, and we have this skewed perception that having 50 or 100 friends is real. That's a social media thing. In real life, having 2 to 5 friends is what's real. So what you have, Lily, is completely normal and completely healthy. I promise you that it's not that you are in any way dysfunctional or unlikable. You're doing just fine, I promise.
At this point, probably none, but I'll find out in a second. I have 3.
We don't share links in Twitch chat because they are potentially problematic. So we just don't share links. So like I said, if you want to if you want me to check out something, just put it in my suggestions channel and I will check it out after stream. Or are you talking about like the Discord thing? Because are we having issues with our Discord again? Some random TikTok video sent you here. Yes, well, there's been a lot of random TikToking. It's always the Discord. I don't know why Discord is giving us so much fuck, but I'm telling you, it's like, no, I don't want to behave. If you would like me to check out your social media, Donut, put your information in my suggestions channel and I will check you out. As far as whether or not I follow you, it will depend on what you are offering. I will follow or not follow just like anyone else based on whether or not I am interested in what your channels are showing. You saw a shorts video on YouTube, which got me here 5 minutes ago. Well, welcome, Emily. We're glad to have you. It has been really wild and crazy how, like, about a month ago, I was most of the time talking to an empty room and mostly had just about 10 followers, and now there's about 140,000 followers, and yeah, Mr. Archer's trying to figure out what the issue is. I don't know. I don't know. Shark? You offer the emptiness, the gaping void of nothing. I mean, that seems like a very shark thing to do. You just like open your maw and you just like and just swallow it all into nothing. I mean, seems very sharky of you. Yeah, ads, it's been about a month now. In some ways, that seems like a long time. And in other ways, it's like, whew, time's gone, like... Yeah, time's been weird. It like... I feel like we've been chasing stuff a lot. So in one way, it feels like time has gone by really quickly. And in another way, I feel like... Yeah, I don't know. It's just crazy. October 11th. So, yeah, you were shortly after we first went viral there, Shark. And I don't know what it is about Discord, but we always have issues with the Discord. The link never wants to share. There's always somebody who has a problem getting up. There's just always problems. There's just always problems. I blame Stacks. It's Stacks' fault. I blame Stacks. And I'm going to keep blaming Stacks because I don't think he's here to defend himself. So, it's Stacks' fault. Okay, I guess he's still lurking. It's honestly beautiful what some strangers online can make happen for others, regardless of the shout out. I'm sure you have made it equally as far at some point. Well, thank you, Emily. I appreciate that. I don't know, Stacks. I'm sure that it's just your fault because it is. Because you're an asshole. We're gonna water the face hole. Thank you, Ninja Bear. No, in all truth, Stacks has been an absolute rock star and has put a lot of effort into Discord. We wouldn't even have a Discord if it wasn't for Stacks, so he's amazing. But I do have to give him total shit. Yes, you should definitely suspect Stacks of something, man. He's sketch. Hey, Florwick. Thanks for stopping by. We appreciate it. Unironically hunting sharks with Miss Ratch. Thank you for the support, Florwick. We really appreciate it so much. Oh, poor shark. You go ahead and bite Stacks right on the butt. He deserves it. Just meow, meow, meow. I mean, I absolutely love Stacks. He's like one of my besties. But you totally also need to like razz Stacks because he deserves it. He needs it in life. Come to the ocean and fight me, bro. Excellent, Donut. I'm glad you're able to get into the server. I am now visioning Stacks, like, desert island style, with his little grass skirt, like, wooden spear over by the ocean poking at a shark. Our problem is we can't fight you because we never have weapons. We're like being hunted by the sharks rather than doing the hunted. Yeah, you're on a little raft, like, running for your lives! Well, you sleep well, Emily. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us. Welcome, Sniper! Sniper Red Fox. I got that. Welcome to the Dazzle. No one wants to see Stacks in a grass skirt. Well, I had to see it in my head, so now you get that image too. There you go, Miss Raj. Maybe we do. Hey, leave options open. Well, ads. I think you might have to whisper Stacks about that one. You never know. He might be open to wearing a grass skirt. You'd also be hunted by sharks. Well, I'm glad that you're comfortable here, Lily. And social anxiety is an absolute bitch. It sucks so much. I have a lot of rejection sensitivity dysphoria myself, so I often have the little evil anxiety imp sitting on my shoulder when I'm engaging with other people, especially when I'm first meeting people. I have a lot of self-doubt that people could ever like me as an individual. So I definitely feel that pain. It sucks so much. But you tell those imps that they're assholes, and you tell them to shut the fuck up. Yeah. Kick them. Kick them right in the butt. Kick them off your bus. Right? They're a beach without sand and water. Yeah, Stacks. Get your OnlyFans going. In a little Hulu grass skirt, right? Anxiety tells me that no one likes me. Ugh. Yeah, it's a liar. Like, it's absolutely a liar. And you're starting to think that anxiety has a crush. You know, anxiety is like one of our biggest fans. So just keep in mind that if it's paying that much attention to you, it's a fan. Poll suggestions is one of the things that you can spend your cakes on. Serious question, is it unattractive when a girl cusses? The answer is, it depends. What's attractive or unattractive is as diverse as we are human. What I will find attractive and what someone else will find attractive are two very different things. So for every type of person out there, there is another person who will find that type of person attractive. So just be who you are, be your authentic self, so that the people that are attracted to you are going to be attracted to the real you and not your mask. That's my advice. But as far as trying to meet some ideal beauty standard, that's a lie that advertisement and corporatization has fed us for years to sell us shit. What one person finds beautiful, another person won't. I personally do not find, like, the things in mainstream media beauty standards to be beautiful. You know, everybody's standards are different. I personally find swearing perfectly fine. I find that people who do swear tend to be more comfortable with themselves and tend to have intellectual ideals more closely aligned with myself. So I tend to be more interested in other people who swear. That's just my personal view on it, though. Everybody's different. You are not diagnosed with anxiety or depression or anything, but I'd like to get checked. If you have concerns that you have anxiety or depression, it's a good thing to get screened. If you know what's going on with your brain, you can better take care of your brain. Mental health is super important, but it's hard to take care of yourself if you don't know what your needs are. And that's why I'm a huge advocate for diagnosis. Like, a lot of people are like, well, there's no services for adult autistics, so what's the point of an adult diagnosis? Well, the point of being diagnosed as an adult is knowing what your needs are. When I was diagnosed as an adult with autism, I was able to begin to understand why certain things were challenges versus not. I was better able to approach the world because I was able to approach it from the perspective of understanding how my brain worked. So if those aren't your diagnoses and there's something else going on, knowing what's going on can give you a self-understanding that can allow you to better take care of yourself. And yeah, there's absolutely no shame in having anxiety or depression, and it definitely can suck. You are right, Shark. But knowing what's going on is the first step in taking good care of yourself. Have a good night, Donut. Yeah, and when you are a minor, it definitely makes things more difficult when somebody else is making decisions for your healthcare. And Miss Raj, did you see the redeem? Yeah, mental health issues suck. And you know, you gotta like take that first step, and it can be a huge hurdle. You definitely, I agree, Shark. You're definitely not going to get any help if you don't seek it out. The other thing that I will say about getting help is that finding the right provider for you is like finding the right pair of shoes for you. Just because you try on a pair of shoes and they don't fit doesn't mean that there are no shoes out there that will be comfortable and work for you. So therapy and providers are the same way. If you go to a therapist and they don't work and their style, all of that isn't a good fit for you, keep in mind there are other therapists out there. They're like shoes. They all have a different style and a different fit. You just need a different therapist. Is Miss Raj too busy hunting sharks? Sharks! Sharks! I know you put up the poll, but I still had to read the comment because it was funny. Sharks! being diagnosed helped me get the help that I needed. So if you feel like you might have either, it's best to get tested. Yep. Yeah, Shark, I frequently hear that. Like, I've worked for 10 years in mental health, and I have frequently heard people say, I wish I got help sooner. But absolutely, it's never too late to get help. And, you know, it's scary. Like, you have to go to a complete stranger and pour out your guts and let them see you in a very vulnerable state. So I'm not going to lie. Like, going to therapy is hard work. It's difficult. I don't think there's ever a great time for ads. Like, you guys always hate the ads. But ads pay bills. And I need to pay bills so I can buy food and have a house and shoes and therapy. So I can be adulting and somewhat functional in life. I know, right? And I haven't figured it out yet. There's supposed to be a way that Twitch can alert me that an ad is incoming so I can like segue my chat so that I know when but I haven't figured out how to make the alerts work. I think that would be super helpful so I can be all like, oh, an ad is coming. So I'm gonna like pause and talk about stuff less intense and then like resume when, but yeah, I there's so much shit I haven't figured out how to get working yet, guys. I promise I'm gonna keep working on it and get better. Your friends told you should seriously get tested for ADHD, and I'm starting to believe them when they tell me the symptoms, and I have all of them. Sniper Red Fox. There are a lot of self-screeners available right online that you can take that will give you an indication of whether or not you need to or should get a full evaluation. My advice for getting screened for ADHD is to find a provider who actually specializes in ADHD, because it is tricky to diagnose somebody who is an adult versus a child, and a lot of your general providers are only knowledgeable about people who present as children, and like, none of us look the same as we did when we were kids. Like, I was the poster child for ADHD when I was a child. But, dude, I'm not a child anymore. You know? So, like every other person on the planet, I don't behave the same as I did when I was a kid. I mean, meh. Hey, Conley. Welcome to the Dazzle. We're going to do a wiggle. Thank you, Conley. Everybody make sure that we're staying moving. Yeah. And Lily, I think that the metaphor of a battle is one that can be used with any chronic illness, and I think that there's a lot of value in that metaphor. And I think that metaphor has value for a couple reasons. I think that the first is that it demonstrates the necessity of an active resistance. When you have a chronic illness, whether it's mental or physical chronic illness, you're actively doing things to improve your health and wellness is going to make a big difference in your outcomes. So that active engagement is absolutely essential for your wellness. So I think that's part of it. Like you have to like get in there and do stuff. And I think the other piece is this idea of allies. You know, when we go to war, we often rally the troops. You know, that's something that we frequently talk about, rallying the troops. And when we talk about diseases, we don't think about rallying the troops. But when we use this metaphor of battle, I think that it's important that we do think about rallying the troops, because people who have an emotional support system and who have a sense of community will always have better outcomes. That's what the statistics tell us. Like, we as human beings do better regardless of what our disease is, regardless of what our condition is, regardless of what we're struggling with. We do better when we have a community that is helping us, and we are feeling supported, and we are feeling loved, and we feel wanted. So rallying those troops is absolutely an essential part of good healthcare. Yeah, it's kind of scary to like let your skeletons out of the closet, so to speak, and tell people that you think something might be going on. So, Sniper, just take it slow, take it easy, and, you know, keep in mind that your parents care about you and they want to see you do well. So, yeah, you know, start the conversation there. Oh, Boot, you gotta get up way too early. That is inhumane. Go to bed. Get some sleep, my friend. I don't know how you day shifters do it. Bless your souls. Oy. 4 in the morning. I never really did day shift well. Hello, Panda. How you doing? Took me until age 18 to finally tell my parents, even her doctor, I was having trouble with depression and that it's gotten worse. Even at schools nowadays, there's a lot of help available. Even if depression or anxiety don't feel like a real threat, they're definitely dicks. And I am going to say that depression and anxiety are absolutely threats. Right now, suicide is in the top 10. Suicide is the result of mental health not being well cared for. So if you have mental health issues, it is absolutely essential that you take care of yourself, because mental health issues can and do result in death, and it's called suicide. And we don't talk about this reality enough, but the reality absolutely is that depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, any mental health diagnosis can kill you just as readily as heart disease. In fact, depression is more likely to result in your death than a lot of physical illnesses. And we don't talk about this reality enough. So it is super important that people who have mental health illnesses get the support that they need. And right now, the statistic in America is 25%. So 25% of Americans have a mental health diagnosis. So that's a really real number. That's huge. That's like every time you're in a room, you're standing next to somebody who needs mental health services, who needs mental health support, who is at risk of dying from suicide. It's real, and we don't take it anywhere near seriously enough in this country. And I just think that it's unfortunate. So yeah, you know, there's that. I mean, like right now, on an average day in the United States, 130 people die by suicide. That's absolutely staggering numbers. That's a lot of people dying. And I think that that's numbers that we shouldn't be accepting. I think that these are numbers that we should be like talking about all the time, but we don't hear about it. And it's because there's this strange stigma in the United States where we don't want to talk about our mental health issues. And that's very dangerous. I don't think that we can afford to continue to be quiet about how dangerous untreated mental health is. So, yeah. If you have something going on, go get support. Go get treatment. Talk to the people that are around you, and don't let yourself isolate. Yeah, Shark. I think that it does make a big difference when you embrace your mental health. You can definitely live way better. Um, when I was young, I had angry depression. A lot of people don't recognize angry depression because, gee, you present angry. I was definitely angry, but I was also very depressed. I've had history of self-harm. I have a history of definitely being suicidal. I have history of coming very close to a suicide attempt. I made the plans. I got all the things ready, laid that option in front of myself, and seriously considered going through with it. So I have stood on the cliff of that dark shore. I have lost a friend to suicide, and it's a terrible, terrible thing to know that our country doesn't take these illnesses as seriously as they should. I think that we should raise more awareness about mental health and maybe give classes for people to understand how serious it is and how much words and acts can hurt. Absolutely, Lily. I think that we need to be speaking out more as individuals who have mental health issues, as people who care about people who have mental health issues. We definitely need to be talking about it because, yes, mental health is everything. You cannot take care of your physical self if your mental self is not well cared for. When I talk about my chronic illness, people are often surprised when I talk about my ADHD being the kingpin. And people are like, what? And I'm like, yeah, whether or not my ADHD is well managed will dictate whether or not everything else is well managed. And people do not understand that the hurdles that I face with the executive dysfunction and the impulsivity and the forgetfulness and the disorganization with ADHD will greatly inhibit my ability to functionally take care of my physical needs. So if I am not managing my ADHD well, it is not possible for me to manage my Ehlers-Danlos well or my POTS well or anything else. Like, I have to take care of my mental health well in order to be able to take care of my physical needs. Your mental health has to come first. Thank you, Pick Me Up. We're watering the face hole. Mental health absolutely ads should be available to everyone. Right now in the United States, mental health services are absolutely a luxury that are out of reach for the majority of Americans. And it's because many healthcare insurances don't cover mental health. The expense is ludicrous. The availability of services is minimal. Yeah, it's awful. I turning 18, almost turning 19 last year. I went through a few scares with depression, suicide, and self-harm. I think it got me that I needed help, and I went and debated whether I should or not get help. While I may not feel a lot better, I understand myself a bit more, and it's something that takes time, step by step. I hope to be better one day. Yeah, Shark, it's definitely an adventure of self-discovery and self-understanding, and I think that one of the things that people have a misunderstanding is that wellness is not a cure. You are never going to cure the mental health stuff. I'm never going to be cured of ADHD. I am never going to be cured of cyclothymia. I'm never going to be cured of RSD. But I can reach a state of wellness where the symptoms are well managed and I have reached a point of good acceptance and I can keep things at a place that is good and safe and, you know, can function in a good way. And that's wellness, where things are good. We often want things to be gone and cured, but that's not realistic. You know, I'm always going to have executive dysfunction and impulsivity. That's just part of having an ADHD brain. That's never going to go away. What wellness looks like is changing my environment to accommodate those executive dysfunctions and to accommodate my impulsivity. And yeah, mental health absolutely needs to be more accessible. And in this country, we have absolutely allowed way too much corporatization and greed into healthcare. Blah! It's awful. It's awfully awful, awful, absolutely awful.
I have a couple. I've got two.
Scream therapy is valid, man. Sometimes it just gets shit off your chest, but sometimes it scares the crap out of people around you. After years of depression, anxiety diagnosis, never getting help, I decided to see a therapist and just to be diagnosed being bipolar. Oof. Yeah. But having that understanding changes like a lot. Like, so knowing that you have bipolar can help you better understand what you need as an individual. Like, I thought, oh, I have depression. So when I found out that I had cyclothymia, which is a milder version of bipolar, I do not go into full mania. I go into a hypomanic state. So it's called cyclothymia instead of bipolar, but it is on the bipolar spectrum. So knowing that that's the problem, you can deal with that better because you need different strategies for managing bipolar spectrum disorders compared to depression. They are different disorders and have different needs. So knowing that and this is why getting that diagnosis is so important. Knowing what's going on is going to tell you what it is that is going to help you. And that's a huge important first step. You've never heard of cyclothymia? Yeah, it's not one that a lot of people hear about. It's definitely not one portrayed in social media. Yeah. So it's cyclo as in cyclic, and then thymia, which is the root word for mood. You see, my friend unalived herself last year, and I still have not recovered. And I was just wondering if you have any tip for helping me overcome the grief. So I've also have a friend that committed suicide, and it's been about 2 years. And grief is a challenge. And the first thing that I will say is embrace that grief is like the ocean. It is deep and it is unknowable. The tide will come in, and sometimes the waters of grief will get so high that you will feel like you are drowning and it is unbearable, and there is no way that you can possibly survive in this state of existence. But I promise you, that tide will go out. And you will find relief, and you will find times that you feel kind of normal and you feel kind of okay again. And then that tide will come back in again. And it's not that your grief ever goes away or ever gets smaller, but you will grow as a person, and you will learn ways of coping with that grief so that you have better resilience and are better capable of holding it. Give yourself grace. Give yourself permission to feel whatever it is you're feeling. The feelings that come with grief are complex, and there's nothing right or wrong with any of those feelings. Sometimes you're going to feel angry. Sometimes you're going to feel guilt. Sometimes you're going to feel sad. And none of that is right or wrong. Just give them space. Notice them, acknowledge those feelings, and let them be present. They're all okay. There's no right or wrong emotion. What you choose to do with those emotions is what has a right or wrongness to them. As long as you are staying safe within the reaction to your emotions, you're okay. So just give yourself time and give yourself space to allow yourself to process the complicated, hot mess that is this process we call grief. It's very unpredictable and it's really hard, and I'm very sorry that you're experiencing it because it's really hard. It feels like society pushes mental illnesses back on the back burner because there isn't anything physically wrong a lot of the time, and they don't always understand it. So I think that there's, like, if you look at history, I think that there's a lot of layers as to why the services around mental health have been pushed to the background. The first is that we very rightly stopped doing a lot of the god-awful treatments that we were doing in the 40s, 50s, and 60s that shouldn't have ever existed. But when we tackled a lot of the abuses that were happening in the mental health system, our approach was to just shut it down. And we didn't replace it with services that were good and appropriate and helpful. We just said, no, make it stop, and closed a lot of these institutions, and just there was nothing to replace it. So that's a large part of the problem. The other part of the problem is the stigma that comes around mental health and the lack of general understanding and knowledge around mental health. So there's a lot of fear that comes with the unknown. So when people don't know something, they generally tend to be afraid of it. And it's difficult to get people to commit to helping something that they're afraid of. So there's a lot of layers to why we see it. And yeah, it's a hot mess right now. So statistics about suicide start going up, and then they're like, why is this happening? Yeah. I think there's a lot of reasons as to why the statistics on suicide is happening. We're not giving people services. We are seeing a lot of social stressors that put people at risk. We have allowed our society to be one that puts the priority on corporate needs versus individual needs. So people's Maslow hierarchy of needs, the actual needs are not being met. So people are feeling despair and hopelessness because they're not being able to get stable housing. They're not being able to get affordable health care. They're not being able to get regular meals. They're not being able to feel like they can get reasonable work where they can work reasonable wages, work reasonable number of hours for a reasonable wage. People are feeling trapped. People are feeling desperate. And it's largely because of the way that we have set up our society. We have also set up our society so where we're very isolatory, we're very individualized. We've broken down the community support structures that is, again, focused on that corporate need rather than the individual need. So people have become very isolated and they no longer have that community support to bolster them up during times of difficulty. So there's a lot of reasons that we're seeing the suicide rates continuing to rise over the years. And thank you very much, Joshi. We super appreciate the support. We're doing great. How are you? And welcome to the Dazzle. What the fuck is wrong with your school? You aren't Crazy Shark, your feelings are valid, and you shouldn't feel scared of what a stupid school says. I think I must have missed a comment. Boop, boop, boop. The school system made me think that I was just crazy. People who suffered from mental illnesses. That's why I never talked about anything related to what happens on the inside of my head. Yeah, so this is where that stigma comes in. Like anybody who is different, who is not the average, is labeled as undesirable. That is a very common thing in our society. In American culture, I can't speak to other cultures, being not average is very undesirable. And that's highly unfortunate because nobody is truly the average. Like everyone has some deviation from average. So everyone in some way starts feeling stigmatized. And it's awful. It's absolutely fucking awful. And this is why we're having literally 25% of the population struggling with mental health issues and why we're seeing suicidality skyrocketing. Like, when a plant dies and when a plant is struggling to survive, we don't look at the plant and say, what the fuck is wrong with you, plant? We look at the environment and say, how do I change the soil? Do I need to water it differently? We consider how we can change the environment to better help the plants survive. Why are we not doing this with people? Why are we not seeing that the people are literally dying and literally struggling and failing and not asking the question of what we can do better in our environment to help the people better thrive? And can you pass me the duck hat? The planet was abused as a kid. Ugh. All right, Joshy, here's the duck. Boop. And we're doing a water the face hole. Thank you, Joshy. And chat, make sure you're drinking too, because being hydrated is super important. Hey, Game Bomb, thanks for joining us. Welcome to the Dazzle. And I'm glad that you come here and enjoy the content and that you're smiling. I'm glad to hear that. It is definitely never too late. We can always change course in life. I mean, I think that that's what's super important, is to remember that we always have right now. Right now is the only real time that we have. And at any moment, in this moment, we can choose to do something different. We can choose to be something different. We can choose to make change. We always have that as an option in our lives. Hello, another boot. Welcome back. They changed the time to 1:30. What did you miss? Oh, you know, just some, like, ranting and rambling about mental health. Nothing much. Thank you, Joshy. We really appreciate the support. You are awesome.
Until you get used to it, yeah. It can be a place to start.
Miss Roch,
What?
can you see the redeem? Thank you. Just mental health, nothing too important. Yeah, Shark, we just tackle small topics here. Whether or not pineapple is, good for you, whether or not pineapple belongs on pizza, and whether or not you should get mental health services. We just tackle small topics. I mean, we definitely wouldn't want to tackle anything big boot. I mean, just about everything's fair game around here, so you never really know what we're gonna talk about. And yeah, totally the usual ads. I think that's one thing about talking to somebody who has ADHD is that you really never know where a conversation is going to be going, because like my tangential free associating brain will just run in whatever direction and you never really know where it's going to land. And if you like open the door, I'm probably just going to be like, yeah, let's talk about that. Like, yeah, so you just never know where a conversation is going to end up. If it were up to me, all healthcare would be free. Yeah, Lily, I am definitely be a huge advocate for the socialization of healthcare. I feel like we spend a lot of money on taxes and into our government, and I don't feel like the money should be going to military. I think that the money should be going to taking care of our people. And you rage quitted. So, Game Bomb, when you rage quit, you get timed out. You get to sit in a little timeout box when you rage quit. No ads. Yeah. Unfortunately, wouldn't that make other things more expensive? Talking about the US, ain't no way they offering free insurance without having some sort of backup. Okay, so Shark. This is the corporate Kool-Aid. The answer is no. If things were managed well, so all the money that we give to insurances, the majority of that money goes to profit. It goes to well, right. So it's not managed well in the US because we're allowing corporate for-profit individuals run the healthcare system. That's where the problem is. If we take it out of the for-profit system and we make it a socialist system, and there is no profit in the healthcare system, so no CEO is making money, then you won't have a lot of the mismanagement of issues. So you say that they will never do that, but you don't give them the choice. That's why it becomes nationalized healthcare, where the federal government says, this is what we're going to do. Once you say, this is what we governmentally are going to do, and corporates are no longer given a choice, and you say hospitals are no longer allowed to be a for-profit service, corporates don't get a fucking choice. We do not have to legally allow them to make profit, period. We don't have to give them that option. And other countries don't give them that option. We choose to allow them to for-profit healthcare, and it is fucking broken, our healthcare system. When the average hospital CEO is making several $1 billion a year in profit, the system is fucking broken. When the majority of the money going into insurance, 80 cents on the dollar, is going to profit for the CEOs and people running the health care insurance, the system is broken. And it's because they're not interested in helping people get better. They're interested in making money. So the healthcare system in America really isn't broken. It's working exactly as intended. It's working exactly as the corporate America intended it to work. It is cranking out billions of dollars of profit just like the corporates intended them to work. So if we make it illegal for them to make profit and don't give them that as an option, socialized healthcare. We don't have to let them do it. Yeah, ads. It's absolutely insane. And the reality is that the majority of people who live in America don't understand the American healthcare system either. And it's done that way intentionally. Corporate America does not want the majority of people to understand how the healthcare system works, because when people understand how corporate healthcare works, it makes you angry and it makes you rally against it. And they don't want you to rally against it, because then you're going to like yeet them out of the system. But this is a myth, ads. Everyone says you get better service if you're paying for private practice. In America, statistically speaking, we get really shit healthcare. We get worse healthcare than most people who are getting healthcare in social healthcare systems. And it's because they deny majority of needed healthcare services. We are not getting the best healthcare in the world. We're paying the most for our healthcare, but we're not getting the highest quality. When you look at quality care indicators, America ranks as one of the lowest in the world as far as the first world nations go. Like, that's sad. You know, and if you do surgeries on yourself, at least you know that you're interested in your well-being. I mean, it's just... It's absolutely insane. Like, all the money that just goes into the corporate pocket. So if we don't allow the corporate system to run healthcare and we make it a governmentally run system, that means that it's a nonprofit, 100% nonprofit system. That means that the billions, literally billions of dollars that CEOs are making in profit would not be going into profit. That means those billions of dollars would be going into running the hospitals. They would be going into taking care of the people. So if we spent exactly the same amount of money that we're spending now in our healthcare, but we were not allowing people to pocket the billions of dollars of profit, but instead we're forcing that money to be used on actual healthcare needs and the paying for people who provide healthcare needs. And we were dictating what the wages of those healthcare individuals could be, so that you couldn't say, oh, well, I'm a doctor and you must pay me X amount or whatever. And that's not even a thing anyway. Like, doctors and nurses are not charging themselves ridiculous prices. It's the corporate level people. Imagine every single hospital having $5 billion more to spend on healthcare. That's a lot of fucking money. That's a lot of money. Like, that's insanely a lot of money. Hello, found relevance. Relevance. Welcome to the Dazzle. I mean, even $1 billion or more into every hospital is a staggering, mind boggling amount of money that could be used to radically improve the healthcare of every American. The quality of healthcare that we could provide if just $1 billion was added to every healthcare hospital's budget would be, it's just insane. I mean, yeah, if we went to a social system, it's not something that would be an overnight switch. I mean, there would be a phasing, I'm sure. There would have to be some kind of phasing. But basically what happens is that the government, and this happened once before, we saw the government take over psychiatric facilities. And basically what happens when the government says that we're going to take over something, they basically buy out the facility. And they then own that facility. And the corporate now has no control over it. So, excuse me. So that eliminates this corporate drive. So greed no longer is an issue. So now you end up with governmental regulations, which is a headache. But the reality is that we have seen with the main care and Medicaid social system in America that even with governmental red tape and governmental challenges, that people get better care, they get more service per their dollar. Like, if you're getting the main care, Medicaid, all of that, those dollars, it's literally 90 to 95% of the dollar goes to healthcare service. And then it's only like 5 cents goes to administrative costs. If you're looking at the corporate system, it is like only 40 cents out of every dollar goes to the actual health care of the patient. So, yeah, there are challenges with having governmental regulation, and there are challenges with governmental processes, but those challenges are much more manageable and result in much better care than corporate greed-driven healthcare, because greed and profit-driven healthcare does not have patient interests in mind. And yes, we have Doritos. Thank you, ads. There's 4 Doritos. We all have to wrestle for them. I don't think there's enough Doritos for everyone. I think there's like 30 of us here, and there's 4 Doritos. We're all gonna have to like pick pile in there and wrestle. Oh, Shark, you can't take all 4. That's just greedy. We're gonna water the face hole. Thanks, Shark. Ho, ho, ho. Well, I'm not sure how to say your name. Billa Hill? I'm gonna call you Bill. Sorry. I'm not sure how to say your name. Roe versus Wade. So, Roe versus Wade being overturned is an atrocity. Whether or not you are pro or con on abortion is actually a total side point. What people do not understand is that what Roe versus Wade really upholds that's actually more fundamentally important is the ethical value of body autonomy. So Roe versus Wade is the law that put into place that body autonomy was legally protected. And body autonomy is your legal right to choose what is done or not done to your body. This is really fucking important This means that you are legally allowed to tell a doctor that no, you do or do not want to have a surgery. This means that you can say, no, I do not want to give one of my kidneys to another person. This means that you can say, no, I don't want to donate my blood. This means that you can say, no, I don't want to take a medication. Body autonomy means that you have the right to decide what happens to your physical person. And Roe versus Wade decided that body autonomy was a legally protected thing and that abortion fell underneath the legally protected right of body autonomy. So whether or not you are pro or con for abortion is completely irrelevant in how important Roe versus Wade was to be upheld. Body autonomy is essential. Body autonomy is what allows us to say that no one else can decide for us. Nobody wants body autonomy to be not protected, but currently, technically in the United States, body autonomy is no longer legally protected, and that's fucking terrifying. Like, when Roe versus Wade was overturned, body autonomy was no longer legally protected. And what that means is that it is now possible for laws to be put into place that can allow people to force you to accept medical care. So that means that the government can now legally say that you have to donate if you're a bone marrow match because you're required to save someone else's life. That could now be legal. That's terrifying to me. It could be legal for them to say if you're neurodivergent, you can be sterilized. And you know, this shit was happening up until the 70s when body autonomy was fucking protected. They were sterilizing people against their will up into the 70s because they didn't like that particular type of person and didn't want them to have babies. So they were just sterilizing them. Like, do we want to go back to where the government can just decide who can and cannot have children? But we've opened that door. We've opened that fucking Pandora's box by allowing Roe versus Wade to be overturned. We have discarded our legal protection of medical autonomy. And I find that to be the most fucking terrifying thing that I have ever seen legally happen in this country. And I do not think that people understand how fucking horrific that is. Like, the potential things that could happen on the legal stage is horrifying. I am praying and hoping that it is overturned, but we're not guaranteed. King of Death, we're doing a posture check. Thank you, everybody. Let's make sure that we're being good to our back and sitting up straight. Would I ever do a meet and greet for my fans? Maybe. I would do a meet and greet if we ever got to a position where I felt like the pandemic was simmered down enough. And Hopefire, I'm not sure what you're saying. You're saying that's not what it means. It's not what means. And, well, Shark, right now, legally, that body autonomy is no longer protected. It's terrifying. It should be your body, your choice. I absolutely ethically believe that that's how that should work. But by law, with the overturning of Roe versus Wade, that's no longer protected. You are French. You put it, and they put it in the Constitution. Good. But it's not your body, you're killing someone else's. All right, so let's get into that. Let's dissect that a little bit. So at what point am I obligated, ethically, to save someone else's life at the expense of my own body? Where's that line? Should I be required to run into a burning building in order to save a child who might burn? Should I be required to risk my physical self for someone who's in? Well, let's not debate whether or not a fetus is a person. Let's look about whether or not, where's that line? Where do you draw that line? If you say that I'm obligated to save everyone, right? Like I'm obligated to risk my physical self, Hopefire. So should we be legally required to go into a burning building to save someone who might be on fire? Because all lives matter. So that person who's going to burn in that fire, you should be required to risk your physical self to help them. So everyone should be required to put time as a fire department. Everyone should be putting time as a fireman. Because your physical self is not as important as those physical selves who might be on fire and die of smoke inhalation. Where do we draw that line? Where do we draw the line when we say that we should put our physical selves at risk? So does that mean that I should be giving blood every month? Even if giving blood would put me at risk where I have POTS? Where do we draw that line? Should everybody be required to have bone marrow biopsies to be matched against the bone marrow donor bank so that the children who are dying of leukemia? No, it's not about that, honey. The real reality is that 100% of pregnancies do put the mother at risk. Every pregnancy puts the mother at risk. So when a mother chooses to carry a pregnancy to term, she chooses to put her physical health and well-being at risk for the life of another person. At what point should that be legally required? Legally required. It doesn't matter why they choose it. You're saying that women or females, people who bear uteruses, should be required to choose to put themselves. No, it doesn't matter why they choose it. You're saying that women or people with uteruses should be required to choose the life and health and well-being of another human over themselves. Does that mean, Hopefire, that you should be forced to give someone else your kidney? You can live without one of them. She should thought of those consequences when? When she was raped? Because 1 in 3 women are raped in their lifetime. She should thought of those consequences when? That's only 2% of abortions. Well, I would like to know where you're getting that statistic. And it doesn't matter because 100% of pregnancies risk the life of the person who has the uterus. 100%. 100%. That's a really important statistic. So my point here is with body autonomy, there's a slippery slope. When you choose one procedure that you feel somebody should be legally required to do, and you say that one procedure should be legally required, once you open that door, the question then becomes, what's next? So if we say that women or people bearing uteruses are required to put their bodies at risk for the health of other people by bearing pregnancies, what's next? Are we going to be legally required to give our extra kidney to people who need them so they don't have to have dialysis? Are we going to be required to donate blood because there's a blood shortage in this country right now? Are we going to be required to donate bone marrow? Or do you not give a shit about all the children dying of leukemia, only about the fetuses? Like, which lives matter to you? Where's your line? Where's your line? Because it's a really slippery slope when you start saying that body autonomy is not absolute. When you start making exceptions to body autonomy, you start opening the door to dictatorship. And you start opening the door to allowing people to make really fucking horrific decisions. Decisions like forced sterilization. And decisions like saying when someone else can donate organs. Because all of those things are based on body autonomy and based on the question of when we as individuals are forced to choose to protect someone else's life over our own. And no, it is not different. It is not different. You are asking an individual to put their life at risk on behalf of another person's life. That's what you're asking. In fact, that's what you're fucking demanding. How dare you? How dare you? You are absolutely 100% of the time demanding that someone who bears a uterus risk their health, their life, and their physical well-being on behalf of another human being. That's what you are fucking demanding. And that is no different than demanding that someone give up one of their kidneys. None whatsoever. No different. How dare you? What's the difference? Don't get defensive because you disagree. I'm getting angry and I'm getting defensive because you are telling me that I, as a uterus bearer, should not have the right to medical autonomy. Yes, that makes me angry. That makes me very angry. And I am going to respond angry. And if you don't like my response to angry, then you can march your fucking ass right off my stream. Because medical autonomy should be legally protected because it is fucking sacred. And every fucking person should absolutely have the right to medical autonomy. Whether or not we agree with the decisions that they make for their body is fucking irrelevant. And regardless of why they choose to make those decisions for their body, they should always 100% of the time to have the right to make the choice of what they do with their own body. That is the definition of fucking freedom. So you can fuck right off with me being defensive. No, I am not defensive. I am fucking outraged. Because this country stripped something from us that was fucking sacred. All right, so on that note, y'all, thanks for coming and hanging out with me today. We have reached the time that we're going to be going and looking to see who is available to do a raid to. So let me switch over to our other screen. All right, and so thank you for the people who have given us art. We really appreciate it. Art is awesome. Thank you for the people who have made donations. You guys are awesome. Yamacha and Cuddle Me Spoon, you guys are rock stars. Love you forever. All right, so let's take a look and see who is on. And that always takes me a minute, so bear with me, guys. I mean, I say this like you guys don't know. All right. it looks like Rygon is on. So we're going to go over to Rygon and let's give him some love. And you guys let him know that he is awesome. All right, heading over to Rygon.